take at item 8. I'll bring in Julie for the sediment and apologies. Thanks, Julie.
Thanks, Provost, and good morning, members. Provost Claire Leach.
Here.
I have an apology from Councillor Stephen Canning. Councillor Ellen Friel.
I'm here, Julie. Thank you.
I have an apology from Councillor John McFadden. Deputy Provost John McGee.
Here.
Councillor Caroline Barton.
Here, thanks.
Councillor Elaine Cowan.
Here.
Councillor David Richardson.
Present, Julie.
Thank you. Councillor James Adams.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Ian Linton.
Here.
Councillor Douglas Sheet.
Here.
Councillor Jane Sangster.
Here, Julie. Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Graham Barton.
Here, thanks, Julie.
Councillor Graham Boyd.
Here, thanks, Julie.
Thank you. Councillor Barry Douglas.
Good morning, Julie. I'm here.
Good morning. Councillor Neil Ingram.
Here, thanks, Julie.
Councillor Peter Maben.
Good morning, Julie.
Morning. Councillor Claire Maitland.
Here, Julie.
Thank you. Councillor Jim Todd.
Here.
Councillor Beverley Clark.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Cogley.
Here.
Councillor Kevin McGregor.
Here, thank you.
Councillor Linda Maben.
Here, Julie. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor William Lennox.
I'm here, thanks.
Councillor Alison Simmons.
Here.
I have an apology from Councillor Billy Crawford. Councillor June Kyle.
Present, Julie.
Thank you. Councillor Jim McMahon.
Here, Julie, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Neil Watts.
Good morning, Julie. I'm here.
Good morning. I have an apology from Councillor Drew Filson. Councillor Jennifer Hogg. And Councillor James Kyle.
Here, thank you.
Thanks, members.
Julie, thank you very much. Members, if you will indulge me, I've got a few more than usual Provost remarks given the recess that's happened. And I know I've saw many of you throughout the recess at many of these events. I do hope some of you got a wee bit of a break. So starting with, going back to June, wow. Thursday the 18th of June, had a great wee evening at the Learning Disability Showcase at the Stuart Area Centre. It was absolutely packed and there was such a buzz throughout the evening. This is an annual event organised by the Learning Disability Partnership. It's such a special event that gives children, young people and adults with a learning disability the chance to take to the stage and shine. I can honestly say that hand in heart, every performance was genuinely amazing. I can't believe the photographer caught that picture too. I was getting taught and she was teaching me how to dance, so that was good. Next was Sunday the 28th of June. I had a brilliant evening at East Ayrshire Youth Theatre's Patchwork Cabaret at the Big Top at the Dean Castle. Talented bunch of young people. Every performance was fantastic. There was a mix of songs for well-known artists and musicals, including Legally Blonde, Heathers and Hamilton. A young person's rendition of You'll Be Back for Hamilton was one of my highlights. I'm a big fan of that musical. I love Hamilton, so I thought it was genuinely immense. The story behind the production was amazing. It was a wonderful tribute to the textile team, who were previously based at the Dean Castle. Their creativity and skill are truly remarkable, and I know that firsthand through the beautiful work I've seen them produce. They even created the velvet collar for my chain at office. I don't think it was ever made for a woman. It was just a really thoughtful addition that makes it more comfortable to wear. Their addition to detail and craftsmanship really are second to none. So it was great to see the meaning and to see the youth theatre weave stories of the textile team throughout the production, recognising and celebrating the work and the people behind it. And it was also really nice that they both share the same birthdays together and that they were celebrating. Bringing together different generations through creativity, music and storytelling made the whole production even more powerful and memorable. So a huge congratulations to everyone involved. And it was the Robert Burns World Federation First Edition Festival. This was going from the 18th to the 28th of July. And I was honoured to once again serve as the chieftain for the First Edition Festival in Kilmarnock. The festival programme showcased the very best of Burns heritage and Scottish culture, with a fantastic range of events that brought people together from across Ayrshire and beyond. Highlights included the alternative Burns supper, the best haggis in Ayrshire competition. That is not a wholesome competition, by the way. It's quite challenging. It was brilliant to see butchers from across Ayrshire put in for that. My Chieftain's Gala dinner and the commemoration of the first edition. There were so many talented performers, organisers, volunteers and supporters contributing to the success of the festival and helping keep the Burns legacy alive in the town where the Kilmarnock edition was published. My thanks need to go to Laurie Headley and Jean Abdul Rahim and everyone involved in making the festival a success. Hard work, dedication and passion made this year another great event. It was such an honour to be your chieftain. During the recess, I awarded two worthy recipients with civic recognition. First was Scott Montgomery. This was on the 7th of August. I know many of you members do know Scott and what an outstanding man he is. So my congratulations had to go to Scott Montgomery of the Killie community. I was delighted to award civic recognition following his success in winning Employee of the Year at Scottish Charity Awards 2026. Scottish National Award celebrates far more than his personal achievement. It reflects the care, resilience and kindness he shows to everyone who walks through the doors of the Killie community. His story does demonstrate the role of the third sector and how vital they are, the unique ability of football to bring people together, and the real difference that community-based support can make to people's lives. I thoroughly deserve recognition for someone whose dedication continues to have a positive impact in so many people across our communities. Second recognition that I gave was for Shortleys Amateur Football Club. Again, congratulations to them. They have had an absolute belter of a year. They lifted the Scottish Amateur Cup at Hampden in May. They scored 200 goals in 40 games. They also won the Budget Blinds Premier League, the Ayrshire Cup and the James Scott Trophy. They're valuable and brilliant role models for young people, demonstrating the value of teamwork, perseverance and ambition. A very big well done to everyone at Shortleys Amateurs Football Club, and we wish them continued success in years ahead. Sunday, the 16th of August, I had the pleasure of opening Wood Road Park Fun Day in Cumnock, and what a brilliant day it was, and I'm so glad it stopped raining too. I was walking the dogs that morning thinking, really hope it stops raining, so brilliant. The Fun Day was bigger than ever this year. There was more stalls, activities, food outlets and attractions right across the park. There was a real buzz for the moment local band Perfume opened the entertainment. They're a group of really talented young people and they perform a mix of their own music and covers, and they're genuinely so good. So for the early stage was packed with performances throughout the day, ensuring there really was something for everybody. And it was great to see so many families, friends and members of the community coming together and making the most of everything on offer on that Fun Day. But events like this don't just happen overnight, as we all know. They're a great reminder of the community spirit that exists across Cumnock. A huge thank you to the Wood Road Park Events Group, Cumnock Action Plan and the Wood Road and District Roundtable for the tremendous amount of work that goes into organising an event of this scale. The dedication, hard work and commitment are very appreciated by the local community. It was great to see people enjoying themselves and had off a good wee day. Ethan Chan. We've got a picture of Ethan Chan. No. Oh, Ethan's awesome. Okay, so many of you might have seen on social media. I really want to mention Ethan Chan, who is of the Grange Academy. He's achieved 9 advanced higher passes in one sitting, resulting in 7 A grades and 2 Bs. This means Ethan has beaten the previous Scottish record at 8 passes. Wow. I've met Ethan on a couple of occasions through Young Musician of the Year. He's a self-taught pianist and he's incredible. So as well as his academic achievements, he's just undoubtedly got a really bright future ahead of him. So Ethan, you've not only done yourself, but East Ayrshire very proud and we're wishing you the very best moving on to your future when you go to do mechanical engineering at university. Finally, members, before I move on, I'd like to take a moment just to say a few words about my chosen charity. I'm very pleased to announce that I will continue supporting East Ayrshire Young Carers as my chosen charity for the remainder of my term, through to May next year. I want to sincerely thank everybody who has supported the charity so far, whether by attending events, donating, or simply just helping raise awareness of young carers. Your support really is immensely appreciated. During my time as Provost, I've been privileged to learn more about these truly remarkable young folk. Their compassion, their resilience and maturity are extraordinary, and they deserve to know that the community really sees, values and supports them. Between now and May, I hope we can continue to raise funds and awareness, ensuring that as many young people as possible know that support is available for them. And I'd like to personally thank Joe McLaughlin for his assistance and coming to all meetings with me. We make a good wee team, so thank you, Joe. Really look forward to seeing what more we can achieve together. Well, members, thank you very much for your indulgence and all that. But now moving on to business proper. Members, this is declarations of interest. As always, you'll know your own situations. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Provost. In respect of item 5, no, I've lost it now. 5, for delivering civic pride, I note in the papers that there's obviously consultation with the trade unions. I'm a member of the GMB. Thank you, but I don't think it's a significant declaration that would stop me from taking part today. Thank you.
Yep, noted. Thank you. Councillor Linda Maben.
Thanks, Provost. As Councillor Douglas, I'm a member of Unite. I'm also chair of the East Ayrshire Trade Union Council. So the same declaration. Thanks.
Yep, noted. Thank you. Councillor Peter Maben.
No surprise, it's the same declaration of a member of Unite and GMB. I'm chair of the Ayrshire Unite Activist Committee.
All the things. Noted. Thank you. Deputy Provost.
For transparency, Provost, I'm a member of Unite the Union.
Yep, noted. Thanks, Julie, for scribbling all these down. Councillor Sangster.
Yeah, just the same. Just a transparency declaration. I am a member of Unite the Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Surprise, surprise, also just a declaration of transparency that as a trade union member of Unison. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Members, we okay? Online? Yep. Okay. Moving on. Agenda item 2, this is submit for approval as a correct record at the council meeting of the 25th of June, and I will submit as a correct record.
Second that, Provost.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Is there any corrections or questions on the minutes? Okay, happy to approve. Thank you. Moving on, this is the Cabinet Committee minutes. This is submit for approval as a correct record. Any recommendations contained there within, this is with the exception of the minutes of the Integration Joint Board, Economic Joint Committee, which are here for noting only. Councillor Reid.
Move as a correct record, Provost.
Thank you, Leader. Yep.
Second that,
Thank you,
Provost.
Deputy Leader. Is there any corrections?
Second that, Provost.
Yep. Thank you, Deputy Leader. Okay, Leader.
Just in terms of notes for noting, but as you mentioned there, the Ayrshire Economic Joint Committee, but just like to note to thank officers. I think at the recent meeting it was acknowledged that East Ayrshire are ahead of the curve here in terms of leading and actually delivery. You know, and that's not just, we can see in Moorfield, which is really coming out the ground at pace, which has led to interest from private sector and other phases of I don't know whether it's commercially sensitive yet, but I know there's a lot of local interest and there's been a lot of developments in some of the other phases. And it's really quite exciting to see how that development has influenced other private sector investment in the Moorfield area. Also, can I just say, I'm delighted to be down at Woodrow Park in Cumnock just to see the two bright orange electric vehicles that are now available through our partners in the 9cc, the core project, where people out down in the Cumnock district can lease a vehicle, parts of our community, and that's all part of the Ayrshire Growth Deal. I don't think that's been acknowledged as such, but I think it needs a bit of credit to the people down there that are actually delivering this, and it's great to see projects come out of the ground and benefiting the community. Thanks, Provost.
Yep, thank you, Leader. Certainly a bright orange, but like you say, a great thing for so many people rurally to have the use of those. Any more questions, corrections? Everybody good? Agreed? Thank you, members. Okay, so we are moving on to agenda item number 4. This is the Kilmarnock Town Centre Regeneration, a shared vision and concept master plan for 2040. Members, I have had many people contact me, so can I just remind each of you that when you're going to speak, all I ask is for you to keep it clear, concise and to the point, or I'll rein you back in a wee bit, but with very much respect, okay? And I'll pass to Joe to take us through the report. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Provost. Good morning, members. So, as Provost said, this is the shared vision and the concept master plan through to 2040. It's a document that marks the next phase and a step change in our ambition for Kilmarnock Town Centre. It recognises that, as reports go, this one is not necessarily just compiled by officers' views, but instead has been built upon the comments and observations made through the 21 meetings of the Kilmarnock Strategic Group, the 4 meetings of the Kilmarnock Task Force, the 17 meetings of the Kilmarnock Neighbourhood Board and Pride and Place Board, and it sets out the priorities and the investments through those meetings too. It also recognises that our partners are also involved in this. Grateful to colleagues in Scottish Water. We'll hear shortly about their work to support us in our water strategy. But Kilmarnock Football Club too. You'll hear shortly, members, about how we're going to articulate that vision and what that vision is for Kilmarnock for the next 14 years. It's based on 6 key interconnected themes, and it builds upon not just those official stakeholder meetings, but also hundreds of views that have been gathered from young people and from residents and communities of interest, and they're detailed at paragraph 19. The document before you today will be delivered in 3 phases. There are timelines attached to those phases. Those timelines can move back and forth depending on the scale of change and the interest we receive from external inward investors. It sends a clear message that we're open for business, and as a council we stand ready to support inward investors in our town centre today and for the future. We recognise that there are projects already in delivery, and in doing so note that the Poets' Corner has been completed, but that one of the recommendations before you today relates to Foregate Square, which is moving at pace, and today we ask not for you just to agree the consultation period, but also to allow us to award the contract to commence Foregate Square. We note the work that's taken place and will continue to take place in terms of the repurposing and retrofit panel, an important piece of work to try and bring those disused commercial properties back into use. And we note with pride and with appreciation the work of the Kilmarnock Town Board and their funding of £20 million, and how that sits alongside your £100 million that builds a substantial fund to progress and deliver this shared division. In terms of communication and consultation, we ask that starts on Monday and will run for 6 weeks, be guided by the principles of the United Nations Convention on Rights of the Child, making it easy to understand and easy to engage with. Engagement HQ is our engagement platform that will be used, but also be assured, members, that face-to-face meetings will also take place. We have convened, and colleagues have kindly agreed to accept, meetings of the Kilmarnock Town Board next week, the steering group and the task force, all meeting to discuss the report before you today and to invite them to engage in that consultation process. And so, members, I'll pass across to Pamela and to Siobhan, who will take us through our concept vision and master plan through to 2040. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Joe. I'm going to provide the context of why we're here in terms of the master plan and also in terms of the shared vision, and then I'll pass on to my colleague, Siobhan McGill, who'll take you through the document and just the high-level opportunities. So in terms of the sort of vision, it's a vision for 14 years to 2040. It's not just a planning document. It's a document for investment and also to lever in funding. So this time, we're doing it differently on that. So it's also having the community at the heart of it. And Joe has outlined the consultation that we've done to date, and we're going back out on Monday to do further consultation. It's a statement of intent, and it's full of ambition and boldness, but also it's driven by opportunities. So just a general context. So the townscape that we deal with at present has largely been geared by the Percy Johnson Marshall era. So this is the first master plan in over 50 years on that. So the Percy Johnson Marshall era left us with big box retailing and was very much driven by the car. And this has shaped our town centre going forward. So in terms of going forward, we all know that there has been a shift in shopping habits, and there's also differing working patterns. Therefore, we need to look at our town centre differently, and it needs to adapt. The public is wanting a different town experience. They're wanting more bespoke, artisan businesses, and also experience-led services. So, a shared vision. This is at the heart of the master plan on that. It's based on collaboration and partnership, but also it is our direction of travel, our roadmap, it's our anchor in terms of common purpose and guiding everyday decisions. It's something that we will come back to in the next 14 years and hopefully beyond. We're trying to create a vibrant, accessible and sustainable town, which is connecting people and place, but celebrating that heritage that we have, that rich heritage we have in Kilmarnock Town Centre, but also embracing town centre living, something that we need to take forward. It's also strengthening blue and green networks. But also what is very important is our master plan has to be flexible. So it deals with changing circumstances that we'll have in the next 14 years, as well as different community needs. So I'm going to pass over to Siobhan, who's going to take you through the document.
Thanks, Pamela. So just picking up on Pamela said, so our approach, the vision and concept master plan, a new chapter 2040 has really been informed by years of ambition and research. So the team that's taken this forward has had a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of research from a lot of people over the years, and we would really like to give recognition to that and thank everybody for their passion and effort over the years. How we're taking it forward is in a really focused approach in terms of action, delivery and ambition. So this is a step change from what we've done before. So our aim and aspirations is really to deliver a master plan, but also at the same time concurrently deliver projects. So for this to be successful, what we've looked to do is a 5-stage approach to this. The first part of that would be a phased approach, as alluded to in the report. This is going to be delivered on a phased basis. So phase 1 projects will essentially be projects that we're currently delivering, but also projects that are in our control to deliver. And that's kind of on a basis of 0 currently and to 2 years. For phase 2 projects, this is projects that we think we can achieve, but may have some complexities and will need private sector investment and partnership working. And phase 3 are really our aspirational projects that have came out of a lot of consultation today, a lot of urban analysis, but really setting that long-term goal and ambition for Kilmarnock, and we'll definitely need that partnership working to deliver. From the outset of the master planning process, there's been a lot of involvement to date. We really set out from the beginning that we wanted to learn from others, and this is really important, I think, in terms of a master planning process, to ensure that we are staying informed throughout the process, that we're not working in silos, and that we're really building networks in terms of the best expert knowledge that is out there on a national and international level. We've managed to achieve this to date through the Be Inspired programme, and that's something that we're going to look to continue as we progress through the master planning process. A place-based approach, we really want the community to be at the heart of this, the community voice, and making sure that the community feels empowered, but also celebrating what are the unique characteristics of our place. Policy-led policy has really been embedded into this vision document, and really that's to make sure that we're looking at the bigger picture, that we're targeting that local, regional and national policies, and delivering on that in our outcomes. There are so many social, economic and environmental challenges we need to be aware of, and the master plan will take cognizance of that. And finally, an evidence-based approach. So we've had a team in the background as well that's been building up a wealth of evidence and knowledge and urban analysis that will inform the master plan and inform our decision makings for projects as we move forward. Just waiting. Apologies, the slides. So, in terms of our approach, we have a very defined area of study in terms of our master plan. This has followed the LDP2 guidance and boundary, really to ensure that we have a focused approach in terms of project delivery and that we have a concentrated area that will deliver impact. You'll see in the map as well that we have certain highlighted areas in red, and that came out of a lot of consultation to date, that these are areas that we think we need to focus our research, but also there'll be some response in terms of connectivity, town centre living and parking as well. So that's just a kind of overview of the area that we're looking to develop the master plan. What we've also done is overlaid that area boundary into key zones. So picking up on really the work that's been done to date in terms of that cultural quarter zone to the east, but also looking at our parks, potentially having their own distinctive character and master plans. You have the area to the north in terms of the education and innovation areas. And then what we've done is basically dissected the town centre into north, central and south. This will just really to help us to inform the team as we move forward in terms of how we address different planning issues. So our key themes. This diagram really shows the key themes that we've been taking forward throughout the process, and I think the key point here is they are all interconnected, they all have the same importance. So sense of place really at the core, with connectivity, town centre living, vacant buildings, retail and business development, heritage, leisure and public realm, and that overarching climate change strategy. And that really transpires into this diagram here of how we look to deliver that. So having your key work streams, sense of place and climate really are overarching themes and will be embedded and interconnected into each of the projects as we deliver them in a phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3 process. So moving on to really the ambition for each of these themes and what we look to deliver. And this has really been based on a lot of consultation today, as has been stated in the report. So what do we mean by a sense of place? It's about a town that gets the basics right, a clean and well-maintained town centre that the community can feel proud of, a town that embraces digital transformation and seasonal event planning, a town that has enhanced wayfinding and supports public art. Overall, it's about a collaborative effort between public, private and third-party sectors working together to build pride in place again. Building on this, there's been a lot of feedback that Kilmarnock has a significant opportunity to become one of Scotland's leading children and young persons friendly towns, and this is something we've incorporated into the ambition. Together we want to create a town where young people feel safe, welcomed, valued and inspired to spend their time. So moving on to an important theme of climate change. So designing for climate change is going to be fundamental in terms of the legacy that we leave for future generations. We've established that we want a town that is designed to celebrate and work with water and green spaces and promote biodiversity. A town that prioritises the net zero agenda and does so with a focus on recycling, repurposing and retrofit. And you can see from these images here that design can play an important role in this in terms of making our town centre attractive but also functional. Trees can help alleviate that urban heating that we're starting to see in terms of rising temperatures with climate change. Biodiversity, increased planting can help with natural drainage and increasing your biodiversity response within the town centre. So overall, it's a balance between attractiveness and functional aspirations. A water vision. So this came out of a lot of the work in the consultations that we've done to date. And we're proposing a water vision for Kilmarnock as a new way of thinking about how we manage water within the town centre. Instead of water and flooding being seen as a constraint that needs to be overcome, we can reframe it in a positive way by developing design solutions that meet our environmental and place-making objectives. Developing a water vision would bring significant benefit in terms of drainage impact pressures and improving Kilmarnock's surface permeability while increasing town centre biodiversity. What we've really established is that partnership working will be key in this in terms of how we engage with SEPA and Scottish Water going forward, and the team has already started work in that respect. So really what the message was, let's bring people back to the water, ensuring Kilmarnock no longer turns its back on the river. Connectivity, a connected town. So let's drive forward a connected town where we celebrate and create attractive gateways to the town centre and working with the right partners to do so. Let's develop a connected town where active travel is at the heart of it. A town that's parking friendly and simple to navigate for pedestrians, cars and cyclists. And you can see from this image as well of the advantages of master planning, where you're taking a very coordinated approach. You're bringing in the proposals for the Infinity Loop, but at the same time, you're making sure that the infrastructure for green networks and drainage strategies are all combined and coordinated as we move forward. A connected town in terms of delivering active travel and a mobility hub. As alluded to in the report, the Foregate Civic Square will provide these facilities, a place where people can rest, shop, retreat and reroute. A connected town in terms of walkable town, so improved connections and wayfinding between the train station, the bus station, public realms, parks and civic buildings. In doing this, we can create accessible routes where we've got increased footfall coming into the town centre and increased footfall as well to local businesses. With the introduction of the Palace Theatre and Grand Hall, we see an increase in footfall in that area, and how do we make that accessible and safe for people coming into our town centre? Heritage, leisure and public realm, so delivering bespoke master plans for our parks. And we want to do this for Howard Park and Key Park, and we really feel this is a way for us to begin to activate and enhance the beauty of our natural landscapes. So there's opportunities to celebrate the rich heritage of these parks, but also to allow them to develop their own distinct character as we move forward. Temporary interventions. So let's enhance our public realm spaces and use temporary interventions to help work with local communities to test new ideas at a relatively low cost prior to full investment. Overall, it's important to develop public spaces for our communities and shaped by our communities and their needs. And temporary interventions are a good way to start to build that trust with the public in terms of early impact. Let's celebrate our heritage buildings. The historic Wallace Chambers will be repurposed as an open, accessible heritage and research facility that focuses on industrial heritage and celebrating digital technology through immersive experiences. And from these images, you can also see the ambition that we have for seasonal event planning that links in to our heritage of Kilmarnock. The Dick Institute, under the new vision, Its spaces will be optimised to host flagship permanent displays, high-profile temporary exhibitions, and ensuring our heritage archive can be fully displayed for all to see. Let's celebrate and invest in our beautiful built heritage. Sports and leisures will be a key aspect of the master plan, developing opportunities to enhance footfall within the town centre while promoting health and wellbeing and family fun for all ages. The Galleon and overall sports and leisure are critical in creating a thriving, diverse and mixed-use town centre. Town centre living is a key theme that has been spoken about nationally in terms of master planning, and one that we're looking to deliver and working on currently. So in terms of town centre living, we want to first focus on what is existing. So in terms of existing residents, the first ambition is to make it a better place for people who are already call it home. Safe, welcoming, walkable and inclusive neighbourhoods where you can live well at every stage of life. What are our existing buildings and what do we currently have and what could be currently utilised for town centre retrofit? Tying in again with that climate strategy. So town centre living. So we have a number of sites that with Architecture and Design Scotland we've been selected as a pilot to take a design-led model forward. And really the work behind that is to try and make sites that are currently unviable, viable. Partnership working is absolutely critical to the town centre living part of the master plan and focus on delivery. So what we're saying for town centre living, we're going to need a diverse range of housing types, but quality is going to be at the heart of town centre living, quality housing and also care and attention to the robust care and maintenance and management strategies that you also have within that, with also still an eye on that repurposing and retrofit element. Finally, let's create a place where people choose to stay, to move to and live well throughout their lives. So I'll just talk through the images slightly and actually the advantages in terms of an urban response that town centre living can have. These images show a response to Sturrock Street and King Street. So as you can see from that, town centre living has the ability to address Sturrock Street, but also King Street as well, with town centre living above. And really what it does is help to activate that street frontage at different levels. And then also you can see how all these other projects are starting to integrate and starting to activate Sturrock Street. There are proposals in the master plan to the east that looks at potential master plan consent areas. And some of these images are really just what ifs. What are the possibilities that we can do? And the final theme is vacant buildings, retail and business development. This is one that has been talked about a lot within the consultations. And really what we've done is a lot of study and research into this. So vacancy rates have actually not changed significantly over the past 7 years. So the question is, why does the town centre feel less cared for? And actually what we've identified is really there's 6 buildings within the town centre that have been vacant for a prolonged period of time, one up to 26 years, which is the ABC building. So what we need to do is start to come up with a strategy of how do we tackle these vacant buildings. The team over the past year has developed the repurposing panel, which has started to gain a lot of traction as well. Nationally and following national best practice. And what the repurposing panel has been doing is bringing in experts in the field and also the owners of the buildings to review the buildings and see what is the potential next steps and roadmap to start to bring new life into these buildings. So vacant buildings and business retail development. So Kilmarnock already has a strong independent business and they've given so much to the town centre. There's clusters in Bank Street, Foregate, John Finney Street, Titchfield Street, and they really add the character and attraction to the town centre, offering something different to the nationally recognised shops and other towns. So the key question is, how do we support them going forward and how do we do that through partnership working? So there's various ways in which we can do that. Business improvement developments is something that we would look to inform local businesses about. We really want that to be business-led to take forward. And really what it does is it starts to place a bit more ownership into local businesses for them to take pride in their place and to coordinate their trading area. We'll look to work with the Kilmarnock Business Association We've also established ambassadors networks, so key representatives from the key streets of John Finney Street, Foregate, Bank Street and Titchfield Street, making sure that we have tighter communication in terms of how we work together going forward for the town centre. Property networks, these have been established, for example, in places like Kirkcaldy and have proven to be successful, and this is something that we would look into going forward. Business rates have been mentioned at most consultation events, if I'll say, so that's something that I think needs to be focused on and looked at as we move forward. Town centre interactive maps, so bringing in that technology response. How do we make the town centre more accessible to businesses as we move forward? And shopfront grants as well is something that we're also going to look at. So, in conclusion, this is the start of our journey, and this document really is the start of our journey. It's a shared vision and a strategic framework that really ensures all of us are going to pull in the same direction as we move forward. So really our immediate next steps, as alluded to, is we have shared the vision now and we're looking for your comments. So there'll be a 6-week consultation really to see have we got it right and what are your opinions and how we take this forward. Thank you.
Siobhan and Pamela, thank you very much. Siobhan, you really brought that to life for us as well, so thank you very much for that. Members, I will open it to the floor. Already a few you have indicated you wish to speak, and I'll start with Leader. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. You got that absolutely right. Siobhan and your team and Pamela, I think you really did bring that to life. I think the document we had in terms of some of the images, and I think images are really important in terms of ambition, really illustrate it, where we need to go and reflected that ambition. All the people that participated, as Joe said, through the strategy group, we make Kilmarnock and all the different bodies, business groups that participated in this whole process. The 4,000 folk that responded to our consultation, this is part of their vision and something that we want to reflect. I think, in the past, the councils and local authorities have made mistakes and having the monopoly of ideas. That's certainly not where this council's coming from. I think, it's come from myself. This is going to be really a motive and something that will be really important, certainly to me, and hopefully to all 32 members around the table. But as somebody that's born, bred and lived and breathed Kilmarnock, I don't have the monopoly of ideas. I'm certainly keen, certainly want to do well. I'm certainly enthusiastic for the future. And I'm sure, particularly the other 13 members that represent Kilmarnock share that ambition. But we also have to, to speak to the people that are living in Kilmarnock, but the people that are potential want to come and stay in Kilmarnock. An interesting thing with Kilmarnock is the population is bucked to kind of trend. And certainly in the West Central Scotland, the population is growing. And I think together with some of our vision that we've already laid down, although this is just a start, there has been a number of plans that have been put into place. You mentioned the Grand Hall Palace Theatre Complex, but we've got others, the Climbing Centre, the Centre Stage Takeabout. All these are bringing activities that are bringing people into our town and mostly into our town centre. And that's something that we want to be absolutely proud of. As well as the kind of commercial centre. And I remember years ago, I think, Barry, you were still working with the council when there was a survey done in Scotland that showed that Kilmarnock was not a clone town but a hometown. And I think through recent experience where family businesses have been very much loyal to Kilmarnock, that's borne through in fruits, and they've stayed with us in the whole, while some of the multiples have done like every other multiples doing right across the UK and Ireland, and coming away from town centres and going to retail parks. And that's just something people are changing their leisure habits, or going into online, and you can order loads of things off your phone. So we've got to adapt to that future and look to see what's coming in front of us. So I'd like to welcome the paper, recognising the ambition. We're not just standing still, grasping the challenges head on and dealing with them in a way that shows positivity and ambition. recognise the significant engagement that has already taken place, as I mentioned, across many groups and individuals that have helped shape and design the master plan. They've codified the change, and that is needed, and I look forward to the consultation period ahead and the future report together to gather more views and thereafter give forward the forward change at very much pace. As a council, we've already committed £100 million to the plan, and we say to companies and inward investors, we are ready to work with you to come to Kilmarnock, and we will support you, make Kilmarnock prosper and turn the aspirations in the People's Master Plan into reality. We'll work with all partners to deliver the plan and realise the ambitions and benefits for local people. And you're seeing that all the time. I mean, last week, Provost, you and I went to Atlantis Tiles. That old Halifax building's been lying empty for before I had a house, so that was just yesterday. So I think I did my first mortgage in there. So that's that's not yesterday. So it's great to see some of these buildings come back to use. Across the road, I was with Councillor Cowan. We went in to see what Buzzworks were up to. You've not quite seen it yet, but we got a wee sneak preview, and it is really encouraging the quality of redevelopment that are taking place into there and the further investment. Colin, he was wanting to retire, but he now sees the future in Kilmarnock and he's excited about the future. And for somebody like Colin to give you that kind of positivity, that is a big clap in the back. But it's not just there. There's right across from the White Tell building, there's a lot of work going on. And that's not to ignore that we don't have our challenges. And Pamela, I would like to say, Percy Johnston Marshall Plan is a good, significant part of our town, but it's not exclusively our town. But it's probably where most of the challenges lay. And as Marks and Spencers have told us, they're the last surviving big box company in the high street, and they've given their indications of where they're at right across UK. So we've got a problem with these big boxes, but as your plan showed, we've got suggestions and opportunities here. And, you know, with activities going on like the Grand Hall, the Palace Theatre, Cultural Quarter, Centre Stage, and all these folk that I've mentioned, the Climbing Centre, and Rugby Park and others, they're bringing loads of people into the town. So I'm asking hoteliers out there, come in and have a look at Kilmarnock Town Centre, because, you know, we're going to be needing one because the number of visitors that are going to be coming to see us once, particularly the new investment they've got at the Grand Hall and Palace Theatre. So it's exciting times ahead. Sure, there's challenges, but let's work together and face these challenges. You know, it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, the journalist, and it's an often critical journalist, escorted us round Kilmarnock Town Centre, and it was great to show him, you know, just some of the things that have been done just in recent years, from meeting about the Halo down at Ayrshire College, going through that the tunnel, which used to be an absolute no-go area underneath the arches at the railway centre. Used to smell awful, no good into graphic details. But what it does now, and it's been up there for 10 years, shows all the pride that we have in Kilmarnock, whether it's BMK, Massey Ferguson, Glenfield and Kennedy, the football club, the rugby club, everything, the baths and the tidal machine, it's all up there, and it's not been vandalised, because the people out there genuinely care about our community. So it was great to get down there, down Jim Finney Street, and see, you know, the Opera House, which lay empty for 20 years, the Ingram Business Centre, to hear what we're doing, some of the suggestions, what we've got down the Strand, the old Johnny Walker Bond that lay empty for ages. So there has been work done there, but we need to continue and keep that momentum going. And I would say to everybody around the table, keep up the positivity. You know, we all care about it. Sure, there's challenges, but we'll address these challenges, and we'll address these challenges together with the people. But just let's change the narrative a wee bit. We've been sitting in the back foot for too long, and as that article showed, there's a lot to be proud of in Kilmarnock's history. It's unbelievable. As he said in his article, 2 of the most famous folk, Scottish people that ever, you know, that's recognised across the planet, one in a boat called Johnny Walker, and one his verse is sang every year right across the world, Robert Burns. Grew up in the business, attended the Lake Kirk, all the way in 100 yards of one another. That is a remarkable story. And don't forget the whole Edgar Allan Poe and that Cambridge Holidays just across the road. So all that kind of history is all there, but we need to look forward to my children's children's future, and look at things like you mentioned, Siobhan, like climate challenge, and look at, not just sitting and accept what SEPA are saying about flooding and blighting the town centres, but doing something about it. The rain gardens, green spaces, that can all contribute to that. But look at town centre living and see where we can do it, and do it sensitively. I was a bit kind of cynical, not sure about it at first, but when you see these plans and we can produce, and when you can visualise it, I'm not the best at visualising plans, but these plans here that you made, Pamela, and your team are absolutely fantastic. And it's not just looking at the market, not looking at us that are absolutely big fans of Kilmarnock. It's the wider public out there, the business that want to invest. We've got a story and a future we want to tell them about a growing population that want to come live and work and breathe in Kilmarnock and bring their families too. So, I think we should recognise that, and I really look forward to the 6 weeks consultation. So, basically, we'll work with our partners, continue to do so. We'll have different ones for some of our apps. You mentioned the Picture House. Since I've been a councillor, it's been a thorn in our flesh, and there's other vacant buildings too. So we need to engage these people in a constructive way where possible, because that's probably where you get the quicker solutions. But if necessary, we'll use every tool in the book to bring these folk round the table, and land won't be blighted round our town centre, and it'll just not be tolerated. So we've got to do that, and that message has got to ring clear out there to the business community that we're open for business, but we're not being Kilmarnock Town Centre not be used to land bank or just build up your pension pots. That's not going to happen any longer, and we've got to be really absolutely strong in what we're saying to these people. So I call on both governments, because we're friendly with both of them now, because we'll take any money where it comes from. So we'll talk to the Scottish Government, UK Government. We'll take your money, and we'll show you, despite some of the economic, social-economic problems that Kilmarnock and East Ayrshire face, we can deal with them, and we can turn around the future. And this is just not just about Kilmarnock, can I say, and it's not just about the 4 wards in Kilmarnock or Alnwick or Irvine Valley. It's a whole of East Ayrshire, it's a whole of Ayrshire. I'd ask my colleagues in Cumnock and Doon and all the rest to be patient, but to understand this is important for us all, because it's all about improving transport links, and people in the kind of hinterland areas can find work and can do business in the main town in Kilmarnock. And in the wider Ayrshire, people have different attitudes about the whole of Ayrshire, and they can work with their colleagues in North and South Ayrshire to have an Ayrshire that's a glowing beacon to the rest of Scotland. It's the nicest county in the whole of Scotland, and I know that. And if you're not convinced, just I think we'll no longer convincing you. But it's for too long. It's a major asset for Scotland. It's been ignored for too long, and this plan is just a stepping stone towards that direction. And I hope it's something. I sincerely hope it's something we can all get together and behind. And just Pamela, Siobhan, Karen, I'd like to thank you all for all your hard work in this, and looking forward to your hard work in the future. Thank you.
Leader, thank you very much. And thank you for acknowledging us Euro councillors. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And very well said. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Provost. And again, just would want to extend my thanks to the team behind the master plan. Pamela, Siobhan, have done amazing work here. And it's important to note this is the start of a process. Yes, we have consulted widely already, but it is important that, based on this document, the people out there who live in Kilmarnock, who work in Kilmarnock, have business in Kilmarnock, or just visit us occasionally, can make sure they get their voice heard on the ambitious proposals that are before us today. But it is the start. We've had loads of plans and loads of reports in the past that sadly have not amounted to the change that I think all of us in this chamber would like to see happen. And I look across the chamber, and actually, there are 14 Kilmarnock councillors. I think all but one of us lives within a mile of the town centre. And it's interesting when you look around. Councillor Maitland, who owned a business in the town centre, lives in the town centre. Councillor Cowan, who had a vital role in centre stage. Councillor Sangster, who has been a passionate defender and supporter of Bank Street, who also lives in the town centre. Councillor Reid, as leader of the council, who has lived in and around the town centre and been a town centre ward member for over 30 years. Councillor Adams, who is undoubtedly passionate about the condition of our public realm. And Councillor Todd, who has often put forward innovative ideas about transport into our town centre. Councillor Boyd is undoubtedly passionate about our town's history and about its future. These are just some of the people who are vital stakeholders in this process. But actually what matters is not so much the views in here, it's about the people out there, the people who live and breathe Kilmarnock. And that is us as well, but it's also the public out there. So we talked a bit about a previous plan. The 60s and 70s were different days. You know, this drive towards modernity, big box, open retail spaces, that was of its time. And we were fighting against Irvine and East Kilbride. That's not where we are today. It's not where retail is today. But we actually have a really thriving independent retail sector as well, along Titchfield Street, along Bank Street in particular, and in the Foregate. The Foregate just now, I think members would all agree, is looking great. There are, fewer empty properties than there have ever been, but also ambitious plans that are coming forward for the Foregate too. I want to also mention the late Councillor Jim Buchanan. And, I've talked a lot about people not from my party necessarily, but other parties as well. And I think it's important to do that. As you all know, I was an officer of this council many years ago, and I remember being in meetings with Jim Buchanan, and let's be honest, the air was blue as he was expressing his frustration about some of the derelict buildings I mentioned today. And I remember him being there as we accessed the ABC cinema probably around 20 years ago, and the condition it was in then. And, I remember his passion to try and make sure something would happen. So, there's nobody got a monopoly on good ideas. Actually, it's incumbent on us all to work together, be positive about Kilmarnock, and put this forward as a blueprint. There are ideas in here that saying this may happen in 10 years, this could happen in 5 years. If somebody comes up and tells them, see this idea in 10 years, how about I do it now? I think we bite their hand off. And that's the flexibility that's achieved in this master plan. And I think that's important to notice. First and foremost, we need our town to feel safe and be clean. And actually, the next paper that the Deputy Chief Exec has brought forward will, I believe, go some way to do that. You've listened to members across the chamber. And actually, the master plan, I think, reflects that too. Listen to members across the chamber, but listen, most importantly, we listen to the public out there. As you all know, through my work, I often bring people to Kilmarnock. I'll say, well, why don't you meet me in Kilmarnock rather than the south side of Glasgow? It's just off the 77, and you come, and I take them round the Dean Park, or I'll take them round the Howard Park or the Quay Park, and everybody says, I had no idea this was here. I had no idea you had this fantastic open space. We have got fantastic gems of open space already. Let's build on the success of those to anchor in further investment and further support for our town centre. Retail isn't coming back the way it was. Every one of us is probably guilty of ordering online, because you can order it at 10 o'clock at night and it'll be there by tea time the next day. We've all done it. I'm sure every single one of us. Retail is not coming back the way it is. But what is important is that our town centre is, yes, focused on retail, perhaps a different type of retail, is focused on the leisure opportunities and absolutely focused on housing. Town centre living can work. And we see some great images there. And you know what? Let's look at it. Let's look at the demographic. Let's look at the people who would be best placed to come and live in our town centre. Now, we know for the private sector, the values of flatted properties in terms of building them compared to what you could sell them for in the open market isn't there in most towns across the west of Scotland. So let's be innovative and work in partnership to deliver the best possible housing that is suitable and right for our town centre. And let's, in one way, look to the past. People lived in our town centre in actually horrific conditions, I have to say. But let's look now to the town centre and see it can be really modern, energy efficient, fantastic quality housing. So I'm passionate about that and really, really keen to see it. But we see, even in Silverburn, our retail behemoth to the north of here, that they've had to change even their model in terms of retail. And actually, leisure and places to eat and socialise have become a much bigger part of their footprint because retail is changing and it impacts these guys as well. So housing, leisure and retail, are at the future of this. I would certainly commend the master plan and hope members across the chamber can come together on this. Yes, there will be times where we will disagree. Yes, there will be times where we want to see a different outcome. But that's in the detail. Let's put it to the public. Let's get stakeholders engaged. And let's hear what they think. And then the master plan needs to come back to this chamber and implement it at pace. We cannot, and I certainly will not support, and I'm sure members across the chamber will feel the same, any more delays or any more stagnation in terms of some of the reports that have come before. Let's get things moving and make Kilmarnock the best it can possibly be. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Douglas. And as yourself and Leader both alluded to, this is the people's consultation, having it in a way where even our young people feed into it, they're our future. Having all these views gathered is super important, as you both rightly say. I know I've got a 12-year-old daughter who's got all the ideas too. So I'm saying I'll send you the consultation link. So making it accessible to everybody, absolutely. Very well said, both of you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Provost, and I'm going to take your advices. I'm going to keep this concise. I could ask 25 questions, to be honest, today, but I'm going to limit myself to 3, and I'm going to get through those 3 questions as quick as I can. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Joe McLaughlin as the Chief Executive. There aren't many Chief Executives in Scotland that would meet with lowly independent councillors and give them face-to-face up-to-dates as this vision for Kilmarnock Town Centre has progressed. So thank you, Joe, for that. I'm going to sort of put these 3 questions to Joe, but I did pick up this morning that his voice might be going. So, Joe, if you want to bring in any heads of department or what have you to answer these on your behalf, then just keep drinking the water and pass on the questions. So that'll be ideal as long as we get an answer. So, these questions arrived from a very productive meeting with Foregate traders on Monday evening, which other councillors also attended, and it was after the vision had come out and the paper was out, so all the information was in the public domain, and the traders had obviously pored over it, probably to a greater extent than the councillors at that point. Now, the traders themselves wanted to know, and they were, as far as the Foregate project is concerned, in the main fully behind that project, and they thought it was a very, very positive start to the vision. But they want to know, if possible, and if we approve this today and the contracts awarded, etc., the traders would like to know, can we give them a date, not something that's in tablets of stone, but a date where they'll actually see spades in the ground and the work starting. Again, the traders' feedback was, ideally, they would like to wait until after the Christmas and New Year trading period, because they feel that works right in front of their shops might disrupt trade at that very important time of year. But if we could get spades in the ground very early next year, they would be all for that. Again, that's also sort of backing up feedback that I'm getting online from the public, because as other members have said, I think Barry alluded to it, the Kilmarnock public have seen plans, they've seen visions, they've seen other good, well-intentioned organisations come and go. What they haven't seen is, visible, tangible action. So we'd just like, if possible today, I'd just like a date. Not going to be held to, if it's a week late or a month late, then nobody's going to lose their job. But just a projected date as to when the Foregate project will actually start. So that's question 1. Question 2, and this was very, very detailed. And this question when I was sitting with the traders caught me unaware. So this is one of my bugbears, but you get these massive big papers, and you don't really have time to do the background revision and investigations into the facts. But this relates to pages 108 to 109 of a vision for Kilmarnock Town Centre document, where it talks about business improvement districts. We'll shorten that to BIDs, that's what they're known as, BIDs. The feedback from traders in the sentence, a BID is defined as a defined area where local business and the BID team collaborate to fund and deliver projects that improve the trading environment for local business. This was received as far from positive. It was very, very negatively received, actually. Now, the reason for that is some of the traders that we were speaking to don't just have shops in Kilmarnock, they also have shops in Stirling and etc. And as such, I was directed to go and read all about the 4th BID, which is up and running. Now, what the traders told us at the meeting was that if you're in an area, if your shop's in an area that's covered by a bid, you have to pay an extra levy. You cannot opt out of it. You have to pay the levy. If you don't pay the levy, then the local authority can actually take you to court. That's what I was told verbally. Now, I went away and I did my own investigations into this, and they do seem to be right, because I read up on the fourth bid, and it does indeed come with a levy on each individual business within the bid area. Now, I'm not sure, because there was mention made of whether each individual levy, I'm not 100% sure on this. I think it might be linked to the rateable value of the premises that the individual trader has. I'm not 100% sure on that, but what it is there is definitely an extra levy that's applied to each trader on and above their business rates. Now, the feedback we got was that from experience, they don't feel that the extra levy is worth the benefits that the businesses receive from being in a bid area. So all I'm saying to the council is, will the Kilmarnock bid district come with an extra levy on traders? At this point, do we know what that levy might be? Can we quantify it if there is going to be a levy? And also, I think that might be a difficult sell, to be honest, from the feedback that I received on Monday night. The last question is point 3, and all of the presentations have mentioned it: connectivity, joining up the town, transport. Now, in these chambers, we were given the information, the good information, that the council was going to buy a fleet of minibuses to help with the ASN transport to and from schools. Now, obviously, those buses are going to be busy, 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, whatever. But what are those buses, what are those minibuses going to be doing during the middle of the day? So what the traders asked for was, and Kilmarnock used to have this service, I remember them popping around, the hoppers. I think they were wee orange buses. But what the traders asked was, in order for the centre of the town, the Foregate, to be joined to Queen's Drive, to then be joined to Logring, the retail centre at Glencairn, could those buses be utilised to provide a hopper service that's going from, the bus station, out the Queen's Drive, up to the roundabout, down the Halford Road, back in the Glencairn route, back up into the centre of the town, and just continually go round in a loop? Because the traders themselves felt that their businesses would thrive, but also the out-of-town businesses would thrive if those hoppers were available. And obviously these buses will hopefully be adapted for people with disabilities, elderly people who might not be able to carry shopping bags in and out the Queen's Drive. So we believe a hopper service, just on the subject of connectivity and joining up the town, would be absolutely fantastic. And also, we're going to have these minibuses. Could they be utilised to provide that, a hopper service? So that's my 3 questions, and I'm just going to, as I say, I've probably got another 21, but you wouldn't allow me to ask them, Claire, so I'm going to stop there.
Councillor Richardson, thank you, and it's just so that every member's got the chance to speak as the day goes on, so I appreciate that. Joe?
Thank you, Provost. I'll take 2 and 3 and pass across to Deputy Chief Exec for number 1, if that's okay. In terms of the business improvement district or the bid, as Siobhan touched on, it's business-led. If business don't want a bid, then there will be no bid. The way it works is there's a business plan created for that area, or the defined area. There's a postal ballot of all the properties that are rateable valued properties within that area, and then there's the approval, and there's a 2-stage to the approval, which safeguards the larger and also the smaller RV businesses. So within a defined area, there has to be a majority yes from all of the businesses. But the second stage that also carries it is that the majority of the rateable values of all the properties has to be more than 50% yes. So it safeguards that we don't have 10 small businesses voting yes and 5 large businesses voting no. So it has to be a yes to both, but it's business-led. Part of that business plan will propose a levy, 1%, 2% of the rateable value of all the properties within that area, if it's a yes. But that additional levy is ring-fenced and can only be used by the bid businesses to enhance their streetscape, their street furniture, their furniture outside their shops. So there are safeguards within it, and that's really important. On the second point around the buses, I think we proved today we're open to anything. But, you know, and another time we'll talk about the meeting we had this week with SPT colleagues around that wider connectivity challenges, particularly in the south of the authority, and how we plan to use those buses between that 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock to try and provide connectivity for those places that are facing depopulation and also facing issues where they don't have the same bus service as we do in Kilmarnock. And at that point, with your approval, Provost, I'll pass across to David around the contract and the timescale for Foregate Square.
The short answer is we're aiming for a site start on January, recognising that starting before Christmas would have a potentially more adverse impact than starting in January. So I'm mindful we're in open session. There are three parties there. There's the council, there's the client, there's the contractor, and then there's Transport Scotland as a significant funder. The council and the contractor's preference is very much January, and I do expect it will be January. However, we need to take the funder with us. They would have a preference. Their ambition is to see the money spent out of their budget by March. We are comfortable that it can be delivered between January and March, and their needs can be met as well. They just need to be fully persuaded and assured in that. But as matters stand, we are aiming for a site start in January after the Christmas period.
Okay.
Thanks to Joe and David for those answers. I think, as Barry said, what we've got in front of us is only a start. But I think the people of Kilmarnock will be they'll be grateful and relieved to see the project at the Foregate start in January, because I think that's what everybody in this town needs. They need to see things actually happening. And the Foregate's only a start, but it's going to be a really good start, and you know, that'll be great to see. So thanks very much to the officers for those answers.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Richardson. So I'll bring Leader in, then we have Councillors Cowan, Sangster, Boyd, Watts and Linton. And if anybody else wants to speak, just let me know. Leader.
Thanks. It was just about the point about the shuttle bus. That's been a discussion that's been on the table, and there's live planning applications currently just in the Queen's Drive, etc. So, but the point's been well known, and I've heard from the traders and from the local retailers. That's an idea to connect the Glencairn, Queen's Drive, and King Street areas by a hopper bus, and it's an idea that's actually live and something we'll absolutely follow through. Just to give Councillor Richardson David, that bit of reassurance, and I'm glad to hear that. The positivity there to get behind this, and yes, we'll need to see changes. As for your other 21 questions, David, we've got the Kilmarnock strategic group still open for business. We'll look forward to hearing them in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Cowan.
Thank you, Provost. There's no place like home, and my home is Kilmarnock, and I absolutely love it. Its people, its green spaces, its heritage buildings, its history, its culture and its traditions. Have we had it sere over the last few years? Of course we have. Have we had issues to face and problems to deal with? Of course we have. But I'll tell you what else we have. We have plenty of people with ideas. We also have plenty of people with opinions. And we have a town full of people with passion and grit. And these people want something better for Kilmarnock. And I hope the approach outlined in this report signals the start of the journey to building a better town that we all deserve. Now, for elected members outside of Kilmarnock, the last time we spoke on this topic in Chambers, there was a comment made about a tail wagging the dog, which in my opinion was not helpful. So I would like to respectfully recommend an alternative phrase for members to consider: that a rising tide lifts all our boats. Several years ago, the Council produced a report about the town called A Decade of Change. It was a good wee summary of some key achievements over the preceding 10 years, but it was looking backwards, and in my mind, it lacked ambition. Today's report, that hopefully will be approved by Council to go forward for the public to have their say, is different in many ways. It's forward-looking and it is ambitious. It is bold, with a total identifiable investment package of £120 million already on the table. It is optimistic about the opportunities that exist for any external funders, partners, agencies and businesses that want to join us. The ideas have been collated and prepared into this report by people we know. Not a group of consultants from outside Kilmarnock, but people who live and work here. That is a really important distinction for me, so I just want to recognise everyone who has had a hand in producing this work and has got us to this point. Now, it wouldn't be for me if I didn't have an ask or a challenge for officers. And speaking from the perspective of my spokesperson role for children and young people, I warmly welcome the inclusion of paragraphs 41 and 55 that respect the views of our children and young people. However, I believe that as we move into the delivery phase of these projects, there is a unique opportunity for us to inspire the next generation of town planners, architects, builders and residents by weaving into this work the principle of UNICEF's Child-Friendly Cities and Communities programme. Not only will that help future-proof our current plans, it will deliver better outcomes for every generation and every ability. I am really looking forward to the December Council meeting. I don't think I've ever said that before, but I am looking forward to the December Council meeting to find the outcome of the public consultation. The future of the town is ours to shape, and I'm already looking forward to the hard graft and the grit that is going to be required to turn this plan into a reality.
Thank you, Councillor Cowan. Councillor Sangster.
Thank you, Provost, and I also want to pass on my thanks to Siobhan, Pamela and the team. You've obviously done an absolute power of work into this, and of course I absolutely support it. One of the things that comes out from the public quite a lot, I mean, we have a lot of issues with the town centre. One of the issues that people do complain about a lot is about the vacant properties in the town centre. So kind of reference in paragraph 23, just kind of given that there's a number of vacant properties in the town that have inactive ownership or landlords, I'd like to know what kind of specific criteria is the council going to use to determine when they're going to pursue a compulsory purchase order, and how are you going to ensure that actions such as that are going to be kind of timely and effective in supporting the regeneration? Thank you.
Yep, thank you. I'll bring in Craig, our Chief Governance Officer. Thanks, Craig.
Thank you, Chair. And Councillor Sangster, it's actually quite tedious because earlier, I think this year, there was a review undertaken by the Scottish Government in terms of compulsory purchase orders, and a report, a report was issued, I understand, last night, and the outcome of that. So I am aware that there's going to be new legislation coming in, which in part may also look to speed up the processes of compulsory purchase orders when required. Obviously, in terms of the compulsory purchase orders, we need to look at what is the requirement for the council. I mean, ordinarily, we would want to work with the business owners themselves to secure some kind of beneficial use for the particular buildings, but I'm conscious that, as I think has been said in the chamber already this morning, a number of them have been lying empty, derelict for a considerable period of time. You'll also have seen a discussion there about the retrofit and repurposing panel, and obviously as a result of the two meetings there have been recommendations given to some of the owners, including
for the ABC building, and that will clearly continue. But in terms of the compulsory purchase order process itself, obviously what we would be looking to do for us, there needs to be some kind of requirement for us to purchase some of these buildings. Now, quite clearly, it may be, having gone through a number of those processes, we get to the point that, having regard to the master plan and the vision, once it gets to the point that it is ultimately approved, there may be a purpose at that point. But that's only part of the matter. Quite clearly, for the council, we also need to make sure there would be a budget at the end of the day for us to purchase any particular building. Now, what we would like to do, and why I was saying we would like to be engaging with some of these property owners or builders in terms of the end use, would also be that as we go forward, and there are other businesses out there that may be looking to come into Kilmarnock, in those cases where there may not necessarily be that potential budget, that we would be looking to work with any potential end user, so that you get to a point where, if we are looking to compulsory purchase a particular building, there is somebody that may also then be lined up to take the building and do something and run with it in those particular circumstances where there may not necessarily be that kind of the budget. So you would have almost back-to-back agreements in place, but that does require us obviously to continue that level of engagement as we are trying to do with some of the businesses, and also those out with, to bring them in to say this is what we're trying to do with Kilmarnock. Unfortunately, it may be the process can take a bit of time, but quite clearly we would be looking to continue to engage with the owners and others as we get through that project. What the compulsory purchase order would do, though, is if title is transferred, it then may give the space for folk to argue over what the value may be if there's a dispute about that, but it means the property has transferred meantime. But quite clearly the focus here is about, for us, if there were no budget, that we are actively engaging with others to make sure that there will be an end use that can be made for that building.
Thank you, Craig. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you very much, Craig. That's some really good information, and I just want to say I'm really looking forward to continuing working in the strategic group. It's good. Siobhan and Pamela's passion for this is palpable whenever we're in at meetings. So I'm really looking forward to continue working with you guys. Thank you.
Lovely. Councillor Boyd.
Thank you, Provost. The past helps us understand the present and the future. This fine master plan recognises this, particularly page 16 and 17. These historical contexts contain matter. Central Kilmarnock by the 60s was snarled up with traffic. Undoubtedly modernisation was required, hence the 1968 master plan that changed the historic character of the town forever. So here we are today, the new town centre master plan upon us, and not a minute too soon. I would also like to pay tribute to Councillor Buchanan as well. Councillor Buchanan really got regeneration, and he really gave Kilmarnock a lift. I used to, just as a member of public, email Councillor Buchanan discussing things like lighting the viaduct, and we were really lifting the town. But unfortunately, in the last 10 years or so, Kilmarnock Town Centre, it's really been square pegs into round holes. However, this is an excellent production that seeks to remedy and untangle some of the mistakes as described by Pamela from the 60s and 70s. An incredible amount of research and work has been into its production. I would like to thank in particular the Chief Planner and the Senior Architect for their knowledge, drive and expertise in putting the master plan together. We should also acknowledge Richard Grieveson's role in getting the ball rolling, and of course more recently the Acting Chief and Deputy Chief Executives. The master plan is in many ways aspirational. To turn this into reality, we need to pull in the same direction and, crucially, take an often sceptical public with us who are frankly scunnered by false dawns of numerous past consultations. Perceptions will only change with the people of Kilmarnock when cranes, bulldozers and construction works are seen, spades in the ground. Now to look at some aspects of the plan. The Foregate. Work needs to start soon, that's been covered. And the public and the traders will know the start date by now. The designs are tremendous and will be transformative, hopefully matched by the exterior improvements to the shops, creating a bookended destination. The traders did wish me to bring up what will happen to the £1 million allocated to the Foregate previously via the strategic group. How will it be used? Just beyond the Foregate, the viaduct frames the northern gateway to the town centre. I like the ideas presented, but Network Rail need to step up to the plate and come on board with some much needed maintenance before. Then there's the town centre bore constrictor, better known as the one-way system. I very much welcome the recommendation to return the eastern section to two-way along with the Infinity Loop. Therefore, shortening journeys, reducing unnecessary traffic on Glenfinnie Street, and the need to do a lap of the circuit to find a parking space. It also provides connections between a revitalised Foregate and a reimagined Palace Theatre with its planned public realm and adjoining town green. The Palace has suffered being segregated from the town centre by a raised express road. Now, David Bowie was playing the Grand Hall in the late 60s, and he nipped over to Waterloo Street just for a quick pint between performances. You couldn't imagine him crossing the road now, and that's some of the kind of historical context. The improvements mooted in the plan are graphic evidence of the master plan untangling mistakes of the 70s, where shopping, leisure and culture were compartmentalised into precincts, that horrible Americanisation term, all creating cold disconnection. This is the polar opposite of placemaking which the master plan looks to build upon. Page 67, the map describes a reactivation of the Sturrock Street frontage. Go stand at Sturrock Street any time during the day near the Salvation Army and look around. Devoid of people, you'll see a soulless street dominated by vehicles, car parks and framed with frosty box type architecture with the windowless character of a prison, similar to post-war Soviet city of Minsk. Le Corbusier, the founding father of this brutalist box architecture, his fantasy becoming a dystopian Orwellian reality here. That's why I love the impression of Sturrock Street in page 148, and it was covered by Siobhan earlier, with the apartments, a return to properly thought out town centre living, ground floor for small retail, cafes, leisure. Visit the Abbey Quarter in Paisley for a fine example of this type of development. There is an aspect to the master plan that could be bolder. The eastern side of King Street is losing large chain stores that will never be filled. There's also a dated shopping mall with its condition deteriorating. We need to look towards clearance of this area within the future. Another historical context, this is where most of 8 east-west streets were lost during the 70s, and that created an elongated town centre, which is part of a problem. We need to bring back some of these east-west connections. Sensitive redevelopment of the eastern side of King Street, Sturrock Street, with well-thought-out green spaces could return these lost connections. The plan does very well with one east-west connection. I really like the idea of Palace Avenue in page 100, which provides a connection from transport hubs to the Palace Theatre. The last ice age blessed the town centre with the framing of a small glacial valley and a river. A river that's been hidden away as if it's embarrassed to be there. The ideas for the sandbed are very sound. Delivery is key. There needs to be action points which are reported on to full council annually reviewing progress. We need to be wise and plan carefully with efficient spending, bringing together a cross-fertilisation of ideas, council funding, private sector investment, UK Scottish governments, third sector and of course the town board. In the 70s, funding was easy. You created a comprehensive development area and the money poured in from the government. These days are long gone. It's also about getting the basics right: appearance, cleanliness and safety. I note page 49 of the plan, the lowest scoring matrix, 2 out of 7, is for care and maintenance. All projects require ongoing budgeted maintenance that cannot be seen as low-hanging fruit when it comes to cuts. If we're honest, we're not great at maintenance. Why is that? Why does the Wallace Chamber in Opera House, for instance, showpiece buildings in Glenfinnie Street continually have burglar growing out of them, and the public do comment on that often? This type of neglect has to end if we wish to deliver a better town for all of us. Traders also say they require more support from the council too. The surroundings in which we live have a huge influence on our health and well-being. I received an email with that comment in it from a resident, as did the Ward 2 councillors. The person added, unfortunately, much of the town centre has a negative impact. They're correct. At present, King Street sucks any joy and gives a sense of deflation. The council prides itself in prevention and early intervention. A clean and fit for modern purpose town centre, which we are aiming for, will have so many health benefits. Downtime and leisure time is your time. You visit places that make you feel good about yourself. A mindset change is required. Can do rather than excuses and why it can't be done. Poets' Corner, we were initially told it couldn't be cited where it was. Too many difficulties. Didn't go down well. We persevered. Result, the first piece of the master plan is successfully in its correct place. We're really at the last chance saloon to regenerate Kilmarnock Town Centre. We're behind the curve with similar towns such as Greenock, Dumbarton, Falkirk, to name a few. The 70s eyesores are fast disappearing. There's a public expectation in all of us involved, including the 14 at present, Kilmarnock councillors and any in the future. So please, no more procrastination, excuses or delays. If you're in any way involved in the plan, determination, perseverance and courage is the only way ahead. The Leader of the Council and the Leader of the Opposition are presently the most influential Kilmarnock councillors. My question to finish to both is, are you prepared to show determination, perseverance and courage, which will require commitment to funding to deliver the master plan? Now would be a perfect time to provide an answer to the Kilmarnock public.
Thanks, Councillor Boyd. £100 million, but I'll bring in Leader and Councillor Douglas if you want an answer from them. Yeah, Leader.
Well, as you say yourself, Provost, £100 million a council investment of the people's money, and we're custodians of that. We'll make sure for every £100 million we put in, we've got our friends in both governments to put in the same, and hopefully private business to do the same. Graham, I just wish you'd really get behind this. There's a lot of questions that we could be asking in the strategic group, some of these smaller issues that could be dealt with there. This is really important. I know you really care about the town. I know that 100%, and you're really caring its history. I really think what the order of the day is we need to embark with a wee bit of positivity. You've compared some of the towns with Kilmarnock that were behind the curve with them. I'm sorry, I disagree with you. I'm not even mentioning the towns because it's not about one town versus the other town. I've been there recently. I'm interested in Kilmarnock and the money that we're investing here. I just hope everybody can get around this with a positivity. And the last 10 years, it's not about square plugs and round holes. There's been plenty going on. With the biggest asset transfer in the whole of Scotland, saving Kilmarnock Academy building for the future. We've had the Grange Church kind of laid derelict. £4 million in to make it a climate centre. There's been plenty going on. There's been housing been built as well. There's a number of businesses in a time when the economy is in a bit of a state. So to answer your question, just to answer your question, absolutely, we've got the vision here, we've got the drive. I just wish everybody would get behind it, because it is important to be positive, because it's not just about selling it in here, it's to the communities, the business communities right across Scotland, the UK and wider, that we want to come and invest in Kilmarnock.
Yeah, perfect. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Provost. I knew we were going to talk a bit about history. I wasn't expecting a wee diversion into the Ice Age, or maybe when a T-Rex last walked down King Street. But, not to make light of the situation, what I would say is it would be easy for me to sit here and attack the administration for things that haven't happened or should have happened or could have happened. But ultimately, everybody in this chamber has a part to play in being passionate and being forward-thinking for Kilmarnock and listening to what the public want, not our own wee pet projects, what the public want to see. That is vital, whether you've got a business or whether you shop in the town, or you live in the town, or as I say, you just happen to visit occasionally. So in terms of any money that can come into the town, absolutely, why would anybody reject any inward investment into the town? Now, the UK Government have put money forward, the Scottish Government have put money forward, and this Council have put significant amounts of money forward. Is it important we make sure we get best value for that money? Absolutely. But you know what? If there's a project coming forward from this master plan and they need some public support, I'll be the first person knocking the Chief Exec's door to lobby publicly for that investment. And I'm sure the Leader of the Council, I'm sure Councillor Boyle will do the same. In terms of the most powerful councillors, I disagree with that title because, you know, actually what really matters isn't it the 32 of us, it's the important people of the people out there who are using our town centre every day. Let's be positive, because I have no doubt there'll be an investor somewhere who will be looking at the newspapers and trying to see what's happening in Kilmarnock, who will watch back this video today to see how we're debating and to see if actually there's any danger to any of this not happening. And if actually I look around this chamber, everybody has been relatively positive. We've maybe come at it at different angles, but people have been positive, and that will give confidence that regardless of what happens after May's elections, that most people in this chamber are, and most of the parties and independents around this chamber, are full speed behind this master plan. So when it comes to additional monies, absolutely, I'll take it from wherever it's coming, if we can deliver real and meaningful and lasting change that the public want, not just what we want in here. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you both, Councillor, but I'm going to move on if that's okay. Is it relevant? Yes. Very relevant?
Yeah, very quickly. I am 100% behind this without a shadow of doubt. I am just reflecting the views of the public. Maybe some, you know, that's it. 100% behind it. I think it's brilliant. Let's deliver it.
Yep, thank you. I don't think that they're saying the positive, it was saying they were bringing the tone down or anything like that. It was just striking the balance and absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. Thank you. Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Pamela, Siobhan and the team. I think you've worked extremely hard putting this plan together. The Conservative group welcomes this bold and ambitious strategy. But we need to be honest. Kilmarnock Town Centre has suffered from years of slow progress. We've done lots and lots of things, but it has had slow progress. But it has, as with the rest of the UK, suffered through economic times. Kilmarnock businesses, residents and visitors have felt left behind. The vision for 2040 is okay, but we need to remember that's 14 years away to completion if you look at it from that sense. And the constituents and local businesses do need to see some change now. Delivery is everything. We have already the £100 million of council capital funding in place within local projects, alongside the 20 million Pride in Place funding secured from the UK government, which is fantastic. This is public money and it mustn't get lost in bureaucracy. The further request that £1 million goes into the Action Fund is a good ask, but it must start to deliver visible improvements to Kilmarnock Town Centre. The public consultation, to start from Monday, the 31st of October, must be a genuine listening exercise, not a box-ticking routine. We've got to listen to the people of Kilmarnock and what they want and the future that they need and require, so that when this report returns to us in December, we have a clear direction of where we need to go. The Conservative group will support these recommendations because Kilmarnock needs this investment, it needs this improvement. So I really do hope that this plan becomes a reality for the residents, visitors and businesses of Kilmarnock. Thank you, Provost.
Yep, thank you very much, Councillor Watts. I'll bring in Councillors Linton, then Deputy Provost, then Councillors Ingram, Adams and Maitland. MD Elskie's a shout. Councillor Linton.
Thank you very much, Provost. And I'm sure everybody in the room will be pleased to hear. I'll keep it brief. It was a great start this morning. The presentation was excellent, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all those responsible for bringing it to today's council. I acknowledge the willingness of those who drafted the plan to include others' ideas, and I would encourage everyone in the room to go out and sell their town of Kilmarnock in a very positive manner. I think we've all got a responsibility here to promote Kilmarnock as best we can, to make sure that all these plans included in today's paper come to fruition.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Linton. Deputy Provost.
Aye, thanks, Provost. I don't think you need to be a town centre councillor to be supportive of this plan, because coming from Kilmarnock's my town. If I go for a meal, I normally go into Kilmarnock. If I want to go to the football, I go to Rugby Park, although there's no one to park anywhere near it, which is a bit of a problem. But Kilmarnock's my town, and I think the master plan, we could maybe say it's long overdue, but I think it's aspirational, and it could even be seen as inspirational. I ken some of the images like AI generated kind of stuff, and folk could say they're maybe too fanciful, but I think they look pretty good, and that's something to aspire to. So I'm very positive about it. And I ken it'll not be an easy journey either. I remember being the Development Services in 2003, Development Services Committee. There are still councillors here that probably was on that committee along with me. And it is a slow process. And I just hope that after Marks and Spencers are going, I'll still be able to go to the town centre and buy a book and a suit in the same town centre. That would be something to aspire to. So let's get cracking and put our arms out to somewhere that can provide a bookstore and somewhere that can provide a suit. Thank you.
I like it. Thank you, Deputy Provost. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you very much, Provost. Yep, really great work, Karen, Siobhan, Pamela. A huge amount of work, and obviously reaching out to everybody for their ideas. This is our master plan. It's not ours as a council, it's ours as the residents of East Ayrshire. And it's great to see that we've got that public consultation launching on Monday for 6 weeks, and I really call on everybody to make your views known, what you want from Kilmarnock, your ideas to make it a better place to live and stay. I noticed that obviously the communication and public consultation will be done with residents, business community and young people. As you might be aware, I'm interested in equalities and inclusion. So can you give me an idea of what the communication would be like with partners like the Violence Against Women Partnership and other third sector local partners? And as others have said in the chamber today, everyone has a part to play to make our town centre the best place, inclusive place to live, work and bring up a family. Thanks very much.
Yep, well said, Councillor Ingram. Thank you. Joe?
Thank you, Provost. Please be assured that in terms of that engagement, online and through Engagement HQ, but we recognise from the children through to those who are not children, they need to have face-to-face, meaningful consultation, similar to our budget engagement, where we attach ourselves to a whole range of communities of interest. And please be assured that the group you mentioned and others will be included.
Yep, thank you. Is that okay?
That's great, Provost. Thank you very much.
Yep, no, thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Provost. To Pam and the team, thank you very much. It's a much-needed document that hopefully will safeguard the future of the town. So thank you for that. As an elected member, I first caught sight of this document, sadly after it had been released to the public, and I'd like to ask why that was the case. People had it in their Facebook pages at 10 o'clock in the morning, but I didn't get it, embarrassingly, until the afternoon. I was getting emails asking me questions about something I hadn't read. I don't think that's good enough. The council leader states that he doesn't have a monopoly on ideas, and I agree with that. None of us do, and with this in mind, why do some councillors from other parties have access to the document before others? We're all elected to serve the people to the best of our abilities, and that, what I would term as political subterfuge, does little to promote collegiate working. In terms of the document itself, my colleague Councillor Richardson highlighted the business improvement districts. In terms of transparency, the 35 that operate currently in Scotland do levy a charge. That financial aspect was not included in any of the 153 pages of the document. The traders highlight that lack of detail has been slightly disingenuous and gets the master plan off on a poor footing with the traders people were trying to bring on side. They also want to highlight what the town centre looks like, because if you're going to be part of a business improvement district, you need to highlight what the town centre is, and at the moment that's not clear. It was also noted that new businesses rightly were named and praised, but there was no mention of the many traders who've been with us for many, many years, who've stuck with us through thick and thin. Those businesses noted the AI imagery, while very positive, highlighted a number of mobile businesses who can cherry pick when and where they go to in the town. How would those mobile businesses contribute towards the business improvement district? Would they get a say? Would they have to pay for it? That was, open to interpretation. Local businesses also under the bid take ownership and responsibility for their trading environment. So what does that look like? Do they get to set parking rates? Do they get to have free parking? Do they get to set their own business rates? Again, that's unclear, and the businesses would like to know that. And I'm sure they'll feed back in their own time. My ward colleague, Councillor Sangster, highlighted the old cinema and compulsory purchase. Well, that's been spare since 1999. What has changed? It shouldn't take a master plan to do what's right for the people of our town. And I acknowledge the fact that we've brought it to the table today, and that's positive, but we should have done it long before now. In phase 2, between 1 and 10 years, only 2 of the 15 projects have funding in place. And in phase 3, which is 1 to 14 years, 80% have potential, around about 80% of potential funding. There's a funding shortfall. We need to be honest with that. And we've highlighted we've got £100 million, but £100 million won't look at what we're trying to do here. We've just got to be honest with people. I'm very, very positive of what we've produced, but there's a lot that's not highlighted that we need to address. If I've got a criticism, and I'm allowed to criticise here, my colleague, Councillor Watts, highlights slow progress in the town. I would say it's been managed decline over a number of years. And why is it taking so long to get a master plan to the table? However, we've got it. I'm 100% behind it, as I'm sure everybody will be. But to finish off with the words of the suffragettes, we've got 153 pages of words. We need deeds, not words, to take Kilmarnock to the next level. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Adams. Joe?
Thank you, Provost, again. There was no subterfuge. There was a sequencing issue on Friday morning, and that's been in terms of the issuing, which caused a challenge for us, and clearly for some members. And I apologise for any inconvenience with that. In terms of some of the points you've made, in terms of the bid, as I said earlier on, it's for businesses to decide whether they would like a bid or not. And in terms of the compulsory purchase order, as Craig has highlighted before, there has to be a use. And we will work together with anyone who has a plan to bring those forward. There are a range of other comments that were made, Councillor Adams. Happy to take them back offline. I didn't take a note, forgive me. But in the majority of cases, I would simply and respectfully say to the traders and others, the consultation starts on Monday. Please be involved. We need to hear your views, and we will respond to each and every one. We will parcel them up and bring them back to you in December for you as Council to consider and progress as we go forward.
Yep, that okay, Councillor Adams? Yep, Leader.
I'm not responding to a lot of that, James. I'm disappointed, in terms of some of the criticism. I think some of it's unfair, particularly about managed decline. And, as I've sat in the chamber, as John McGee and others have sat in the chamber next to Conservative Provost Stephanie Young and to my Deputy Leader previously, Tom Cook, I think we'd be very disappointed to know, because previous Conservative councillors have been generally, like the Labour group today, have been generally positive in everything that's been done at East Ayrshire Council since its existence, and it's certainly not been a case of managed decline.
Okay, thank you, Leader. I am very conscious that I don't want this to be a tit for tat in this chamber, members. Pamela, do you want to come in?
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion this morning about business improvement areas. Just to say, firstly, this is a suggestion. We know we have to do a lot of work with the business, with the traders. So we're intending to go to the Kilmarnock Business Association sort of in the, I think it's around 12th, 13th of September. That's the start of the conversation. We're not imposing it on the traders. We know we have to bring them along. Also, after that, we're going to actually set up a business engagement evening. Within that, we've been working really closely with Scotland's Town Partnership, and they would be coming along. And also, we would get one of the other bids to come along, whether it's Paisley or Sterling, to speak about their experience of the bid. Now, myself and Siobhan have been to the Paisley First bid, and we have been impressed with what they're doing. But the proof in the pudding is what the traders are saying, and certainly the feedback from the traders were saying, look, we couldn't have got through the last few years without having a business improvement district. So it is an idea, and there's a lot of work to be done, primarily with building up that trust with the traders, but also providing further information.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Adams, is that okay? Yep, okay, thank you. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much. And just a quick word, and then I want to go on to say something about the master plan. I really reject the managed decline. We saw what we did in the Foregate, taking down the car park, the multi-storey, and we saw what we did in Titchfield Street, and we now have a beautiful mural there, mural even, beautiful mural there as well. So anyway, I just wanted to go back to why I came to Kilmarnock and opened a business, and I was actually working for a really large retail company, looking up and down the UK and the towns and cities to see who would be supportive of our businesses, and that is one of the reasons that the company I then worked for chose East Ayrshire, and it was partly because of the council and because you had ideas that were friendly towards business. So this master plan will stand as an invite to people who want to do inward investment in Kilmarnock. It's not just for those already here as well, although we obviously need to work with them. It's about being proactive and attractive to business. So I really look forward to the consultation's results and embedding this plan into all our policy decisions. I would really, really like to thank Pamela and Siobhan. I'm sorry, I've not been away from your door. And Karen as well, Pamela, Liz, and all the officers too, because there's one thing about this council, the doors are always open. You don't have to come to council and ask 23 questions. The doors are open. There was meetings held for us. We had the strategic group. I think there was 10 meetings in all. I think we were 2 to 4 hours sometimes in these groups. Lots of questions answered. So I thoroughly look forward to the consultation, and I think just maybe to end this, if you could just give us a quick idea of how best to take part in this consultation so that it's out there on the record. The exercise that brought me and the company that I used to work for was called Ideas into Action, and I think that's what we're going to see now from this plan. We are going to see ideas going forward. Without a plan, you're going nowhere and you're aiming for nothing. So this is what we have in front of us now. I can't wait to see the comments come off of Facebook and go into the consultation itself. We've actually given people somewhere to go now that have these ideas. So I look forward to December. I really, really want to thank the team and my colleagues and everybody that took part, and Annika at the Leisure Trust, Ayrshire Ayrshire 360 as well for hosting some of these. We've got so much going on in this town. The Palace Theatre is really going to anchor us. We'll be on a completely different route, a different circuit of who can come to the town and play in the town, and that will boost our eating, our drinking. So thank you very much. Thank you to the team, thank you to the officers, and thank you to my colleagues.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Maitland. Well, there's a question in there, how best to engage. So how would one perhaps write something like bring Slipknot to the Palace Theatre? What would you suggest?
Through you, paragraph 40 refers, Councillor Maitland. It will be launched on Monday. There'll be links going out in social media, radio adverts and the like to showcase that link, and then once we go live.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Richardson, I'm a really nice person, aren't I? Right. Only I'll let you in if it is relevant, very concise.
Very concise and relevant, Provost, and thanks for letting me back in.
I'll give you a chance, go for it.
I'm only coming back in because I had a wee giggle there, because I meet John in the main stand at Rugby Park some home games, and John made it's a very, very serious issue. It's important, but the way John said it, you know, Rugby Park, although we don't want MD Park anywhere near it, it did make me laugh, Vice Provost. That's why I giggled, not because I don't think the issue is serious. I think it's an important issue.
You got a question?
Right, I'm going to get concise now.
Cool, thank you.
11,500 people at the Ayrshire Derby at Rugby Park. There's no other business can bring 11,500 people into Kilmarnock. Kilmarnock Football Club is part of this community. It's also probably, if not the biggest business in the town. It's one of them. It's a football club, it's part of the community, and it's a business. Now, East Ayrshire Council can't be driving potential customers away for that club. That's why I would ask in chambers today, can we look again at the parking restrictions? Because it's not in my ward, but I'm getting contact through Facebook for people that want me to contact ARA on this issue. Now, I haven't started doing that because what I thought, if the opportunity arose, and it's only arisen because the Vice Provost mentioned it, I thought I would bring it up in chambers today. We really need to look again at the parking restrictions around Rugby Park. We need to make it so that the residents are happy, but the football fans can park.
Thanks, Councillor Richardson. We're keeping it really tight to master plan. I'll bring David in though. David.
I think, leaving aside the complete lack of relevance to the item in front of Council, I'm happy just to remind members that the recent actions taken were in furtherance of previous Council decisions. In the past, the concern has been a lack of action, a lack of grip around some of the issues, and it's one of those situations, members, where you won't be able to keep everybody happy all of the time. You have residents who genuinely feel they are adversely impacted, not by everybody who attends Rugby Park and not by everybody who attends in a vehicle and parks in a vehicle, but there are those who park in places that impact adversely on residents, across driveways, etc., and those residents ask some of you who have the ward responsibilities in those areas for the Council to take action. There are other members of a different view, and I won't offer my usual observation and opinions because this is one quite clearly where there is room for more than one point of view. However, it's one voice, one vote. Council agreed in the previous reviews, Council agreed in the outcomes. The actions taken recently covered in Barry McDonnell's briefing note on Friday set out the actions taken in furtherance of the previous review. So the short answer is, if this Council wants to take a decision today to revisit that review and give a different strategic direction to ARA, then we'll take that away and we'll go and do whatever we're asked to do by Council. But Council needs to come to a view which will not be a unanimous view, a majority view, and the question is, are you happy with the settled position or do you want to go round the houses again, literally and metaphorically? So the answer to Councillor Richardson is if you are willing to allow him, if he wishes to move that, is there a seconder, and do you want to have that debate and detract from this paper? Do you want to have a conversation outside the room, or do you want to accept that what is in place at the moment is in furtherance of the previous review, and when do we stop reviewing and start taking action, which is a recurring theme on the paper we are actually considering. So I'm in the hands of Council. We will deliver whatever we're asked to deliver. At the moment, we're delivering the outcome of the last review as approved and accepted by the majority of Council, recognising there's a significant minority with a different opinion, and they are entitled to that opinion, but we can't go in two directions at once.
Council, I am going to bring this back to the master plan. David, I'll let you in, man. I am not proposing...
Provost, all I would say is it's a hot topic
David,
there.
Councillor Hitchens, stop talking over me. Okay, thank you. I am not going to break the middle of the master plan to talk about further reviews with some councils already agreed. If you want to revisit this, you'll know you can move motions and everything, come to myself, come to the officers for something down the road, okay? But see, for this point, I am moving forward with the master plan. Quite a few years, look, we're flagging a wee bit. I'll propose a lunch break. I'm not looking at any particular person right now that's signalling to me they want their lunch, but I've got a few people yet to speak, so I'm going to move on, members. Councillor Linda Maven.
Thank you very much, Provost. I promise I will be brief, and I promise it's predominantly about the master plan. So first of all, I'm going to avoid cliches because there seems to have been an overload of them in the day. I'm also not going to speak over anybody because that's just rude. I've kept quiet for most of this. I left most of the commenting to others. I don't represent a Kilmarnock ward. The ward that I, yourself and others represent is more rural. However, we have constituents who work, shop, eat, drink, socialise within the town. They've got a vested interest for different reasons in what happens. So on that basis, and as a resident of Kilmarnock, I am totally behind this plan, as we all should be. I do have confidence it can be delivered. Yes, it'll be tough. Yes, there'll be hurdles. Yes, there'll be disagreements. But the most important thing is that by working together, that we can overcome any issues that arise. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Councillor Maven. Absolutely. Thank you. Councillor Graham Barton.
Yep, thanks, Provost. Again, I'd like to thank Pamela, Siobhan, Karen and the rest of the team for bringing this vision forward. I think a lot of what I was going to say has been covered by excellent speeches by Councillor Reid and Councillor Douglas. So in terms of keep this fairly short and stick to the points I want to make is, in this plan, I'm absolutely delighted to see that flexibility and learning run through the spine of the plan. In flexibility, we need to be ready to take advantage of all and any opportunities that arise. Now, a case in point in that is the Foregate Square. We had a project sitting ready to go, just sitting waiting funding, and that's how we managed to get that money. So we need more of these projects sitting shovel ready, and I'd like to see the team working on that. I'd really appreciate that. And the learning, I went along the learning visits to Paisley and to Western Bartonshire, and I thank the team for doing that for us. And what come right across to me is Kilmarnock is not unique with its issues. Towns up and down the length and breadth of Scotland and the rest of the UK are facing the same issues. But what is important is that we talk to each other, local authorities, working together, because we're facing the same problems, and working together is the way we'll improve our towns. And I'd just like to finish off with absolutely fully behind the plan, and I really look forward to the outcome of the consultation. So, thanks.
Yep. No, thank you, Councillor Barton. Absolutely. Thank you. Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you very much for the paper. Some fantastic images in there and what a vision it is, and I'll remind folk it is a vision. It's ambitious, and like Councillor Maven, I'm not a town centre or a Kilmarnock councillor, but it will have implications obviously for some of my constituents that both work and travel to and from Kilmarnock, use the station, and Mersey, the wider rural area. It's a great vision, and I look forward to seeing what happens over the next 14 years. I've heard comments in this morning about the previous 60s and 70s, and I'm sure in 50 years from now, there'll be people sitting probably in chairs similar to these, or there might not be in 50 years from now, probably condemning us for the decisions that we make in here today, because it follows cycles for the Victorian age right through to there. We saw the new towns and implications of new towns. We've seen the box buildings and what they can do. As part of research, I could just mark back to your comment about building on old bricks. You don't build on new bricks. It's managing decline. You wait till the decline's more or less at the foundations, and you build for the foundations up. There's too many things that's went on in Kilmarnock, events that you're not in control of. There's the absent landlords that we spoke about. We've got the national retailers until our national retailers are at the town centre, and we can encourage the artisan and bespoke retailers back into the town. Then we'll know what that's going to look like. The town centre living is absolutely crucial, and whatever form that comes in and when it takes. And it's got to start soon. It's defining where that's be. And you're right, for the Kilmarnock councillors, there will be debate over where that starts. But this vision is not just for 14 years, it's got to go beyond the 14 years, and I get where we start with the 14 years. As part of my research I did, and please forgive me, I asked artificial intelligence what a town centre will look like in 50 years, because we came from the 70s to now. And if you go and look at that, God forgive, we're not doing our multi-storey, because it's going to be used for land and drone zone. We'll need to build another one according to artificial intelligence, because the deliveries are going to be there. We're going to have air taxis. We're not going to have cars in the town centre. So it's just to go back to what I said about in 50 years from now, there'll be people sitting in places like this making decisions again that they think they're getting it right, but we'll not always get it right. But see if we get it right for the folk that we're serving now, in that short term, and whether that's the next 20, 30, 40 years, then I'll be content with that. Going on to the consultation, and I think it's crucial, it's been mentioned about younger people and how they're involved in that consultation. Trying to get young people to take part in the consultation is really difficult. And I suppose my ask again would be, with something as important as we use our education services like the academies in the schools, and we allocate time in the schools for young people to feed into this conversation, because it's crucial. It's their future we're building, and we've got to try and get it right. We can try our best, I'm not saying we'll get it right, but we need to try our best for them.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And young people in 50 years, like you say, aren't they going to be thinking about us so much today, about how do we move forward? Just like young people today, aren't they thinking about the 50s, 60s, 70s? They just want to know what's going to happen, how we're going to make recovery and move forward. Members, there has been a lot of discussion. Right, Leader, final say, go.
I just want to kind of conclude things. Provost, you're absolutely right in terms of tit for tat. We've had some wee bit of that today. And I usually a bite every time, and I'm really sorry about that. But honestly, it's a time, as you said, about looking forward. Love David Bowie, love the 70s, but my wains don't like him the same as I do. And I think we really need to look forward. I'm genuinely excited about what's in front of us, and I'm genuinely excited, you know, in terms of the feedback that we're getting, and looking forward to the feedback that we're getting from our consultees. I think this is one of the most important, in terms of the development of Kilmarnock, one of the most important steps that we've ever done since East Ayrshire's inception in 1995. It well and truly is, and we've put our money where our mouth is into this, but we're wanting other folks' money to keep it company. So I'm looking forward to all 31 other councillors engaging with me and the team and putting our ideas forward. As many folks said, nobody's got the monopoly on ideas, and that's one thing we can all agree on, and look forward to the future. And to the folk out there that are going to invest in Kilmarnock, come down and see us. We're very much open for business, and let's hope for a brighter future for our town.
Yep, very nicely summarised, thank you. Members, are we happy to agree? Yep, thank you. Members, I am going to propose 30 minutes for lunch. Members of the public, you're more than welcome to also, unless everybody else has raided the canteen already. If we come back at 12:40, please. Thank you. All right, members and officers. I hope everybody managed to get something to eat and drink that was decent, Craig. Looking a wee bit more refreshed, that's good. So we'll move on with business, and the next paper is Delivering Civic Pride, pages 59 to 82 in your papers, members, and we'll bring in David Mitchell. Thanks, David.
Thanks, Provost. Good afternoon, members. Now you've had time to digest the last report as well as your lunch. I hope you've all left a wee bit of room for dessert. I also hope by the time we've finished this item, I don't find myself wishing I'd also been member of a trade union. So go easy on me. It's my first one. Members, what you have in front of you is a paper that tries to draw together and update and set out proposals as to how we actually deliver on a number of very important previous reviews. We touch on the Greener Communities Review, which is the main focus and driver here, but it also touches on the Waste Management Review and elements of the Girls and Litter Management Strategy or the bin report from December 24. I'll come back to the recommendation and proposals at the end, but just to talk you through the approach we took here, we have looked to basically consider what I would call the levers, all the different levers in terms of powers or duties of the council, the services we provide, the things the council's meant to do, and to look at them through the lens of all the previous debates and discussions in the chamber and all the correspondence we receive in terms of the levels of service that we provide. The starting point is that I'm not here to defend the current levels of service. That would be a task beyond even me. What I'm here to do is set out in front of you in this paper, having worked closely with the colleagues who actually run the services and who understand the services, and perhaps in the past have been overlooked in the running of their services, in terms of what does better look like. Not gold plate, not the best, because that takes much greater amount of resources, but a right good quality level of service that meets the needs. There was a recent article in the Cumnock Chronicle that involved a lot of yourselves. You'd all been approached for comment, and normally when these things come out, when you, like you, take the council seriously, I think somebody said earlier, I think it was yourself, Councillor Reid, born and bred and live and breathe. I can't claim to be born and bred East Ayrshire, but I certainly for 30 years think I've lived and breathed East Ayrshire, and we're trying here to deliver what we think you need. That article wasn't one that caused offence or outrage or defensive position. I use that as a checklist. Back to basics, hopefully tick. Emptying the bins and keeping the streets clean, hopefully a big tick, and so on and so forth. So with that kind of introduction, I'll just take you through the key elements. What we do set out just as we remind the readers and yourselves of the previous decisions around the Waste Management Review, where it was a 10 million investment to move to the current system. The paper just provides a simple update that we are rolling that out. We started in the south from April. It's going smoothly. I don't want to tempt fate, and I'm certainly not opening up for alternative views, but genuinely, if folk are of a different view, let us know. But the feedback we have received from public and employees and residents has been largely positive so far in terms of the rollout of the 4-bin system over the 4-weekly collection. So that bit's fine. That was reviewed before. We're in the process of implementing it, and there's not too much more needed to be done or said. We also then, in terms of the Greener Review, just set out in a bit more detail the implications of the decisions that were taken by yourselves in January in terms of the future split of the roles and responsibilities, in terms of what will transfer to Ayrshire 360 from next April. Woodlands having moved over already, but the bulk of the rest of it moving over next April. And then the rest of the report focuses in on those services that will be left and transferring cleaner into waste management in terms of the bins and the street cleaning and other elements of the remaining service. And as I said, the approach we took was to just look at each of the levers that we have our hand on as the waste and environmental health and public authority, and just to be satisfied that they are at optimum, that we are effectively, genuinely doing everything we can when the resources available to deliver those basic quality services, to deliver clean environments, because if we don't, we can't expect people to take a pride in them, nor can we expect to take a pride in them ourselves. But we need to take everybody in the journey, members of the public, our residents and the workforce, and I'll touch on that later. In terms of that lever approach, the first one that we get often and we've addressed was, okay then, the issue about accessibility. So we empty your bins every 4 weeks, we take the bulk of your rubbish away. Everybody has other rubbish from time to time, be it clearing out the cellar, the shed, the granny's house, whatever. And the issue that kept recurring was Western Road. Can't get accessibility to Western Road. So we looked at that. We did consider removing the appointments, but that would create a free-for-all, and the road traffic and health and safety implications applications are too great. I think you would just shift the complaints from I can't get in to I'm sitting 2 hours on John Walker Drive waiting to get in on a Saturday or Sunday when that's my preferred time. So instead we looked at it from a different angle and said, okay, we currently allow 20 minutes, and I think most of us would recognise in most cases you don't take 20 minutes to hoy the content of your boot out into the facility. So we're proposing there to cut that to 10 minutes, and simply by that action that will create an extra nearly 33,000 bookings at Western Road. So that should address the concerns that have been expressed previously about the accessibility. In terms of affordability, it's still free access, so there's no issue there. In terms of Galaf, and again, if anybody's of a different view, let me know, but all the information I've been able to pull together tells me, and from conversations with you as members and different members, there seems to be a general consensus that there isn't that same accessibility issue at Garlaff. You can get into Garlaff when you need to get into Garlaff with your extra rubbish that can't go out in the 4-week collection arrangements. So we haven't touched Garlaff, but we can look at that if there is a need, or a need that develops in the future. So that's the first two levers set at optimum in terms of folk being able to get into those facilities to deliver and drop off their own greater accumulations of domestic waste, other things out their houses, etc., at no cost. The next element then is where people can't actually do that for themselves for whatever reason, and they feel they need to bring in, I won't say white van man repeatedly, but let's say a commercial operator who offers that service. And the paper again highlights that we direct those commercial business operators, whether it's either I have a shop and I've got a lot of waste, I want to take it up as a business, or whether my business is collecting other people's waste, we direct them to either Garlaff or to Southhook in the north, rather than Western Road due to capacity. The paper also highlights in terms of, again, accessibility, there's no great problem, nobody's telling us they can't get in there. The issue that did arise was affordability, but as the paper says, that was reviewed last year and the cost brought down to make it more commercially viable or proportionate. So again, we're not proposing to change that further. That now seems to be working and bedding in. So that's the commercial operators being able to access Southhook and Garlaff. In terms of then having set out in the paper what goes over to Greener, and I think it's important that we're all clear in the detail of that from next April. There's still a lot of work to be done, and we'll continue to work with Annika and our Ayrshire 360 colleagues to develop a fair and equitable distribution and disaggregation and distribution of the existing resources to make sure that Ayrshire 360 get their fair share of the Greener budget and structure and establishment to support their future delivery of those services. And then, as I say, we focus back in on cleaner. That then takes us to the bins. I never ever thought in my whole career I would become a bit of a banana rack, but I've just found myself there having a conversation with the waste manager who was showing me the next generation, and we touched on some of the technology just now, but we're already behind the curve because he's showing me pictures, and Blair's saying, yeah, I saw them in Malaga where you have the ordinary street bins on top and they actually put big containers under the ground on a lift. And then you just press the wee button and they come up. So the bins don't get full because the bin's X size and it's about 10 times the size underneath. So we're already behind the curve. So I'm talking down my own paper here, but we'll come back with proposals for digging and installing lift bins in the next iteration. But at the moment, in terms of bins, what we're proposing to do, the reality is that following a previous audit of the bin provision, there are around 500 that are near end of life or at end of life, not so much fit for purpose, beyond economical repair, etc. So there's a proposal in the paper with your approval to install replace 500 and install up to 200 new ones. We will engage with yourselves as local members in terms of the best locations, recognising the 200 need to be spread equitably, but also where they're most needed, and that will be the priority. So there's a capital cost there of 225,000 to basically deliver 500 replacement bins and to provide an additional 200 bins. The paper also touches on some of the previous decisions taken in respect to the service, and I'm trying not to dwell in the past, but as with the last paper, to look forward. Suffice to say that last year you were invited to remove 4 vacant posts in the street scene team. That was 4 posts that were basically the roles there were to empty the bins. That was predicated on an intention to remove the 500 broken bins I referred to earlier, and therefore you could justify reducing the staff complement accordingly because they'd less bins to empty in that hypothesis. However, the notion of removing 500 bins didn't go down too well with your good selves, and therefore the bins remained but the vacancies were taken, so the service has been down. Part of the impact of that is the remaining employees have had to be focused and asked to focus on the emptying of the bins, because we kept the same number of bins with less staff, and that's had an impact. So as I said earlier, I'm not here to defend what can't be defended. It has had an impact, and the level of street cleaning and cleanliness activity has not been what it has been in the past. And part of the proposal here are intended to try and turn that around. So over and above the new bins, there is a proposal for 5 additional posts in the first instance. That's the 4 that were taken out, plus 1 for the additional bins, to have enough folk to empty the bins, which was very clearly the ask of you as members from the recent article, and a reasonable ask that I referred to. Then there's another proposal for another 5 staff to enhance the street cleaning team so that we can actually get to a better standard of service, as I've said, and have folk actually out cleaning the streets, not just the sweeping the streets and picking the litter, but actually in the gutters and that as well. And I'll come back to that perhaps depending where the debate takes us. The proposal, therefore, is for additional 10 employees in the street cleaning team to help us get to that better level of service, noting that 4 of them are to replace the ones that were taken at a time when perhaps they shouldn't have been. We've looked at the role of other elements of the council. We touched quite clearly on the environmental health role in terms of enforcing littering and fly tipping legislation that we're mostly familiar with. But for completeness, we've also touched on some of the other powers around managing commercial waste and business waste arrangements, and also, as a last resort, the power to look at litter control zones. I do stress last resort, we are engaged and continue to engage with the likes of Queen's Drive and retail parks. I'm not singling any one operation or location out, but as an example, if you can work with folk, because the bins in the car parks and the retail parks are not the councils, they are the private operators, they're under the responsibility of the factor. So we are trying to engage with them to make sure they've got adequate provision and frequency of emptying of their bins. But the paper reminds us all that if we can't get there by agreement and encouragement, then there is that underlying power to look at litter control zones. This paper tries to get the council's house in order before we start telling anyone else what to do, however, and how they should be conducting themselves, be that the public or retail operators. So if we can get our own house in order, I think we can feel better then about asking others to meet the same standards. In terms of the Corporate Enforcement Unit, good news is that I think they have now successfully recruited to the 2 additional permanent posts. So thanks to Council's previous decision at budget time, that is now a team of 6 permanent officers that can support the work of the Corporate Enforcement Unit, remembering that it's not solely about littering and fly tipping, although that takes up a fair amount of their time. So we will be looking for an enhanced level of activity round about that. We also touch in the paper on some of the other aspects in terms of the bins. So some of the decisions that were taken previously, they are still in place. So in the back of the Gull management paper, and I say again for the benefit of the Chamber and the wider public, that paper has been recognised nationally as best practice in terms of the answer to the Gulls. And we both need to be sedated there, Councillor McGee, but the answer to the Gulls is not to cull them. The answer to the Gulls is to manage the litter and remove the food source, and you address the problem that way, which is what we tried to set out in that strategy, and that remains the Council's position. As I said, Nature Scott point to others who seek permission for culls, under licence of gulls. They point them in our direction as an exemplar of best practice as to how you actually try and manage the litter at source and the food at source. And I have to be honest, I've been up and down to the Foregate for other reasons in relation to the previous paper recently on a number of occasions, and that nice grass area, I went down one day and there was about 40 odd gulls there feeding into somebody's fish supper on the grass. So it happens. I didn't quite count them all, that was a rough estimate, but it just proves the point that if folk throw litter, including food waste in the ground, we will always have a level of gull problem. So that's just a wee reminder there, members, that we do have an approach to that was approved by Council, and we are continuing to implement that. Otherwise, turning to the table at paragraph 105, we try and bring all of that together rather than individual decisions. I've just wrapped them up together. So just working through there, the cost, the increased revenue cost there, that's one additional operative at Western Road to deal with it, help deal with the extra refuge collected from the extra 33,000 appointments. The bin investment there, as I said, is 700 bins. I did touch on other bins, so the paper touches on, and we will continue to update you in terms of both the pilot for the compacting bins, although we might be going to underground bins now, but the pilot for the compacting bins in Kilmarnock and the pilot for the bins with the sensors fitted in Stewarton. So we are quite happy and will continue to look at developing the use of technology as it becomes available, and we will report back and take account of the outcomes of those pilots in due course. So they're included for completeness. In terms of back to page 79, those other posts I referred to are 5 to deal with the bins and 5 more to deal with the street cleaning and get back to actually delivering that service in an appropriate level. I appreciate the last paper of necessity focused purely on Kilmarnock Town Centre because it was the vision for Kilmarnock Town Centre, but this paper is about providing quality service and keeping the environment in our communities clean across East Ayrshire. We also, the paper reminds us in terms of the previous decisions around the arrangements for bulky uplift and for fly tipping. For bulky uplift, we effectively use an external contractor, and I'll say no more than that. That arrangement will come to an end. I think it would be helpful. The contract's due to expire in January. One of the recommendations here is that you give us permission to extend that to just to March, because if you approve this paper and you approve the other recommendations, then I will need a bit more time to procure the new vehicles and put arrangements in place. So it wouldn't be to continue with the grass cutting because it doesn't need cut between January and March, but it would be to continue with the current arrangements just to give us the time, and that would be a seamless transition into the new regime from 1st of April. In terms of the bulky uplift, as I say, there are 2 squads currently with Tivoli, and in terms of the fly tipping, we actually do have some provision internally, and that's supplemented by the external contractor who primarily pick up the fly tipping from areas on roadsides that are over 30-mile-an-hour limits. So that's the kind of internal gap that's met externally, and ARA go through Greena and Greena go to Tivoli and they pick it up. In terms of trying to improve the service, we're looking for, so there's 6 posts there that reflect the 6 folk that work for the contractor at the moment who'd be entitled to chuppy over. So as a bare minimum, we need to accommodate those, and we will need them because they fill a gap in the internal provision. And there's also a pitch there for an additional 2 squad, and 1 additional squad, 2 members of the squad, to give us an enhanced, a more flexible and responsive service. The fly tipping at the moment can be up to 28 days to collect, and we're looking obviously to shorten that period because the longer it lies, the greater the risk that folk add to it. And the bulky uplift, similarly, our ambition will be to move to by appointment, but certainly as we work towards that, then we're looking to get that lifted within 5 days of it going out. The other asks here, and not all asks, there's a deletion of a post there that tips into the pot, and we've identified what we spend on Tivoli at the moment, and that comes off the bottom line. We also have a need to buy, the vehicles will need to accommodate the work that's currently done with Tivoli. The people might chuppy, but the vehicles obviously don't. That's 3 of the vehicles, and we also need to replace 3 of the existing fleet that are more than 10 years old and are spending more time in the garage at Crooked Home than on the streets. and that's set out there as well in the capital costs. The good news, members, if there's not enough already, is that, so I should just touch over the page, the additional core post is the 5 to enhance the street cleaning. The resilience provision, I did say to colleagues in the service, I think they were taken aback, nobody's ever asked them before, what do you need to actually manage and provide a reasonable level of service, but they got a wee bit excited and we're looking for 9 additional posts in terms of holiday and absence cover, which is an issue because we've only got enough to get out there and people are entitled to the holidays, they are entitled if they are ill to be off, etc., and that will create gaps. So that resilience provision is to allow us a little bit of flexibility there at £100,000 a year, a little bit of flexibility whether it's overtime for those needed to fill the gaps, whether it's agency workers, recognising the working time regs, etc. That's not quite the 9 posts that colleagues would have wished for, but it does give us that a degree of flexibility that regardless of individual colleagues' circumstances, we can continue to provide this level of service. There's a wee pitch for £5,000 in PPE. The HRA contribution simply recognises there's 12,000 homes or so that are tenancies, council tenancies, against 56,000 households. Therefore, it's no more than a fair and proportionate share coming from that source of funding. In terms of the bottom line then, it's a 500 million, that'd be good, £500,000 investment in the capital side and a £518,000 recurring investment on the revenue side. And as I said, the good news is then in the next paragraph where it's set out that how we're going to pay for that. Well, we're actually going to pay for that from the savings from the waste management review that I referred to previously that you approved some time ago and we're in the process of rolling out. The original approach there was to use those savings to pay Blair's mortgage on the new bin lorries. The £10 million investment in the waste management service previously, but with the proper utilisation of the EPR monies, the debt can be cleared using EPR, which may well be non-recurring. I mean, we know it's to be or expected to be received for some years yet or a few years yet, but there are absolutely no guarantees about how many more years of EPR or what level of funding there will be. So it makes sense to utilise that to clear the capital debt and to flip the approach and use the waste management savings to fund these improvements. So what you have in front of you is a paper that hopefully, if you're minded to approve it, will deliver a better level of service. I've gone into a good bit of detail as to exactly what better might look like, and it comes at no impact on other services because we're not asking you to take money from elsewhere to pay for it. Hopefully on that basis it meets with your approval, members, but I'm open, I'm in your hands. Thanks, Provost.
David, thank you very much. That's an absolute cracking job between yourself and the team. Wow. Picked a wee bit of interest. I've got a weenie use already. Indicated you want to speak. First, I've got Deputy Leader, then Councillor Watts, Councillor Cowan, Councillor Douglas, and if anybody else wants it. Okay, Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, David, for this paper. This has been a council today of good news. This, as I've described along with my colleague Councillor Kyle at 2 community council meetings this week, is one of the things that I've been waiting to say for months, in fact for years, that we bring really good news as opposed to rationalisation of our service. This is an improvement in the service, and I certainly lay tribute for that to the team and the acting chief executive and the acting deputy chief for this, bringing this paper to us. David described it as a desert, and he's right. He's right. Been able to bring this to our communities. They've been screaming. They've told us about our communities, what they're looking for. Hopefully this is an answer. I'm not saying it's going to be the total solution to fly tipping. I hope we're going to curb some of that with the steps that David's already outlined earlier on, and what I'm going to talk to just a couple of things. So the waste management reviews is touched on, identified where the savings would be, and as a result of these savings already coming in, this is what's allowed us to partly deliver this paper today. So that's encouraging, that waste management review, as I've spoken to my unit councils and earlier at Cabinet, with the bin rollout, I'm absolutely delighted the way that's going up. I don't know about the rest of the mailboxes in the South Authority, but mine has had nothing. I had nothing. It's been going really well, talking to the drivers and talking to my constituents. They are really, really pleased with the way this has been rolled out. There's loads set out in the paper. David spoke about this, you're about the seagulls, and I think when I first heard John McGee talking about the urban gulls, I thought it was a new indie band that had come on the scene, but it's still a good name for them. But what we can do with them and the way we're treating it, I think we're commercial operators, as David had laid out there, not just for commercial operators, but the public showing doing a fish supper. The gulls had the decency to wait till it had to ground this time, because normally they'll dive in and potentially take it off your hand. So back to the paper, and I know I can speak for all 32 elected members in this chamber, that they recognise the picture that's so clearly been laid out in this report. We know for the Greener Communities Review that we were doing some things really, really well, and I think we recognise that there were some things that we didn't do well. We knew that bereavement services were performing some of the stuff that David highlighted, round about the goal management being recognised through the work we're doing nationally, that's been taken on by other local authorities. But importantly, it's been made clear in the Greener Communities Review, to improve the service that is currently being delivered. Significantly increases the appointments, not so much at Garlaff, but more importantly at Western Road, up to, I think, pushing on 33,000 appointments is incredible. It'll make a huge difference, and it directly responds to the feedback for what our communities are telling us. David already said it'll take a bit of time to introduce it, but the team will action it, and as quickly as possible. 200 brand new bins, delighted. 500 replacement bins, great. The type of bins, and David touched on them, the new technologies that's there, whether they're compressed bins, whether they're sensor bins, they're going to be out in our communities, and whatever they look like in the future. As we said before, we don't know, but we have a fair idea where they're going to come from. So, touching on that and the 19 additional posts that's been created, and that engagement already, that meaningful engagement with the trade unions, with the aim introducing a 7-day week at 5 over 7 is really encouraging. I think our constituents will be delighted to hear that the service could be spread over 7 days. Make a massive difference. David spoke about were the guys that's gone back on, not just sweeping our streets, but taking pride in the streets. There's a song out there we're all familiar with, and it's meant to be attributed, whether it's fallacy or whether it's no dignity, about the man that works down our street, was attributed to Turner Valance and Cumnock, obviously one of the band members were Faye Cumnock, and he was a fantastic guy, I knew him well. And he took pride in his streets with his brush, and his Sunlight Trigger, it was the same brush he had for years. It wasn't Stephen New Shafts and but he took pride in that. That's what we're looking for again for the new employees that we're about to take on here. It's taking pride in the place, having them place-based, having to look after and take pride in the place. I can't emphasise that enough. We're going to continue the great work that the Corporate Enforcement Unit's done, the extra and the additional 6 staff there. And it's not just about litter. We're sick to death of hearing and seeing it on the streets about we're dog fouling. Again, it's going to go a long way to what our constituents have been screaming about and getting on top of it. So we're listening. We're encouraging people to report, whatever method that may be, back to us, how that's developing. We're using deployable cameras, again, that was set out for fly tipping hotspots. They're working. We're seeing that it's working. Deployable, that means we can move them from area to area when we see the hotspots and we see it going there. We will tackle the commercial fly tipping. That's important that we do that. It's also important that when our own constituents are phoning for White Van Man, Councillor Ingram, I think, has promoted the Trusted Trader, and we're asking for anybody that's willing to uplift rubbish, get SEPA registered. Let's use that Trusted Trader programme, and let's deliver safe delivery to our recycling units and our waste disposal units for anybody that wants to get it taken away for their front door. What we're still going to continue to do is work through our education systems with the schools. That Litter in Schools initiative is still ongoing. We will do that. We know that strategically through, and I think the gentleman is sitting in the public gallery today, Keith Campbell, former Community Member of the Year in Cumnock, Citizen of the Year, talking to our schools, going in and talking to our schools, because Keith does, I'm sure you'll all be aware of Keith Campbell and the amount of work that Keith does clearing our roadsides and litter and pushing that litter initiative and demonstrating how we can work collaboratively with organisations. And it's really important to stress, I think, in here today, our appreciation for all the litter pickers that's out there voluntarily helping us to keep our street clean. It's a scourge on our roads and our countryside right out through Scotland. That doesn't just affect East Ayrshire, it's the length and breadth of the country. This paper has been really welcomed. I'm sure lots of my colleagues will talk about some of maybe the more detail in the paper. But it will be welcomed by the 32, it will be welcomed by the public, and I would encourage every council member, if I know already, that please, councillor, make your community councillors aware about this paper and how the impact it's going to have in keeping our streets clean. I think I've covered most of the stuff I was going to talk about. Just one thing before I finish, and would be remiss of me not to mention our departing colleague, our Head of Housing and Communities, who's leaving for Pastors New, and I think this will be his final council as a spokesperson for Housing and Communities. It's been an absolute pleasure working with him over the years as it was with his predecessors. I wish him all the best in his new role, and I'm sure he will make a significant difference to the next local authority goes. Hopefully we've not seen the last of him and he might want to come back to us someday. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Deputy Leader. Just beaming, lovely. Thank you very much. Councillor Neil Watts.
Thank you, Provost. Can I just say I agree with quite a lot, in fact, of everything that Councillor McMahon has said there. The Conservative group and I welcome this report, and our policy has been quite clear that we've always wanted that sort of basics first approach when it comes to local services. So clean streets, managed weeds, tidy green spaces are fundamental duties of this council. They're not just optional extras, and I think we all 32 of us would agree with that. This plan finally shifts us away from a broken reactive model toward the proactive delivery that East Ayrshire residents deserve. The strategy on the essential maintenance we have long demanded. Replacing 500 worn-out street bins fixes the ongoing eyesore of rusty bins that are just falling apart, and installing 200 new additional bins will directly target the litter plaguing our pavements and green spaces. Councillor Adams, my colleague, highlighted the bin and gull issue in a motion to this council last August. We must stop making it difficult for our residents to act responsibly. Shortening the booking slots at Western Road from 20 minutes to 10 is a win for common sense. By creating the extra booking opportunities every year, we will cut the queues, encourage recycling and stop bureaucracy from getting in the way of our essential services. However, we cannot allow a reckless minority to continually ruin East Ayrshire for everyone. We strongly endorse using redeployable cameras to fight fly tipping, ensuring that anyone dumping illegal rubbish faces the full force of enforcement. And good local government is measured by actually what works on the ground. We fully support the 19 frontline new posts, purchasing 6 new vehicles and shifting to the 7-day operating model to guarantee a consistent service. Yet, to strengthen this plan further, and as we feel that 28 days is slightly too long for picking up fly tipping, the Conservative group and I would add an amendment to the recommendations, and we would like to add in a little 8 that states to remit the Deputy Chief Executive to investigate creating a dedicated rapid response team. This mobile unit will be tasked with clearing reported fly tipping, litter hotspots and weed infestations within 24 hours of a report, ensuring swift accountability and greener, cleaner communities. Thank you, Provost.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Watts. Yep, David.
I think the ambition in the paper is to try and get a more flexible and responsive service across the whole of East Ayrshire. One team can only be in one place at any one time. I don't issue the ambition, but we need to be able to deliver a level of service across the piece and to give a commitment that we can be in two places at once if there's two events. Recently there were two large events running about the same time. You'll recall there was a dump up at the old site of the old offices in Lugar, and at the same time there was one up near, I think it was the abattoir in Kilmarnock. I don't know if they were connected. They were both around the same time. They both seemed to involve rubbish from a commercial operator that had already been partly processed because it was all, what do you call it? Shredded, that's the one. So, you know, that's a grand commitment. But to have a single team of two that undertake to be anywhere and everywhere within 24 hours, I think is a false ambition. I would commend to Council the ambition in the paper, which is to get a more flexible and responsive service, not just to go like for like with what the external contractor's doing, but to add additional team and for us to look and deliver on an enhanced response across East Ayrshire. However, as with previous discussions today, I'm in the hands of Council, and it would be for members if you wish to set that. Obviously, then there would be further cost implications, etc., etc. We can quite quickly tell you what it would cost, but I would question its effectiveness. One team for the whole in an area the size of East Ayrshire, given that guarantee of 24-hour collection. If they're collecting everything in 24 hours, I don't know what the other squads are doing. But I'll leave that aside. In terms of some of the other comments, apologies, I was quite remiss. I've got a terrible habit of stopping at financial implications, but don't tell Amanda. I didn't quite get to the HR implications, but there is an important piece in there, and I wouldn't want to understate it. I do think, and I think members would accept that, you know, the modern situation is it's a 24/7 economy, 7 days a week, and even 365 days a year. We had a conversation earlier, the Deputy Provost and I, and while I'm sure he's slightly older than me, I think we both can remember a time when the shops weren't opening Christmas Day, when they shut on a Wednesday afternoon, and very little was open on a Sunday. Now everything can open just about apart from the pubs. There's still some rules, but you know, shops are trading much more. It's a 7-day-a-week economy. Yourself, Provost and Deputy Provost, are out at events at the weekend. Those events generate people, they generate litter, etc., etc. And I do think that moving to 5/7. But we haven't worked out the detail. That wouldn't involve all staff working all weekends, but it would trying to normalise and mainline weekend working, because at the end of the day, the job they do in any day of the week is of the same value to the communities and it's at the same cost to the council, and I think that should be reflected in the future. We did have an early engagement with the trade unions. They were very clear that they agreed nothing, and I wouldn't expect them to because we didn't put the detail in front of them. We're waiting to see if Council's happy to approve this, and then I've got a meeting arranged on Monday to go to phase 2 with colleagues in the waste and cleaning services in terms of actually implementing this, while we also continue to work with Annika on what's required in terms of supporting them to deliver their side of this from next April. So it's the beginning of a dialogue with the trade unions. I think if the council sets out its stall by approving the recommendations here and supports what is clearly an investment, reinvestment, whatever, and additional funding to this service, then that starts and hopefully allows us to build momentum, to invite the workforce to walk with us. In terms of and I did, and Joe and I had a debate about the title of this, and it's not me being awfully grand, but the other thing I didn't touch on in presenting the paper was we obviously had temporary additional funding for Civic Pride, and we covered in the paper what that was able to do and what that looked like. That's coming to an end. It's coming to an end next month in September, and what we're looking to do is mainstream that and deliver that level of response and quality across the piece. So we will have the discussions with the trade unions, and we will look to try by agreement, if at all possible, to get to a position where we have a more flexible workforce and we're not relying on the one wee chap who's happy to work weekends when we've got Kilmarnock at home at Rugby Park and there's one operative for the weekend for Kilmarnock Town Centre. But as I did say, this paper isn't just about Kilmarnock Town Centre. So the rationale there is to get to a more modern, responsive service and recognise waste is generated 7 days a week. But I would also put a wee caveat in, can't help being a lawyer, and the caveat is, as you'll understand, we can't prioritise 7 days a week, 52 weeks of the year. We know, and I'm not demonising the young people, anywhere where you have large numbers of folk, you will have litter. Whether it's football matches, pop concert, rock concerts, whatever, rock on Provost, former Provost, and or the kids going in and out some of the schools within the numbers of pupils we have. So we do need to prioritise round about the schools because that's part of it. But we can't prioritise Monday to Friday and then prioritise the weekends. But the schools are only in 195 days a year, at least the last time I looked, but it seems to get less and less. That's just another old person's moan. So the bottom line is that we are looking to have that flexibility so that if there are particular events on, etc., we will have the ability to put the folk out and not expect folk to wait till Monday before we come along and clean up the streets after some of these events. So I would hope that the unions see that. I would hope that the workforce see that. We will have individuals, circumstances that we need to try and accommodate, and I'm open to all of that. But I do think it's a significant shift. I did mention the £100,000 resilience there, so that should cover all in terms of cover, absence cover, holiday cover, overtime. There'll still be scope for overtime if people want to work more because the demand will always outstrip the resource. But what we're trying to do is get closer to having sufficient resource to meet that demand. Just a couple others that were mentioned. I didn't do our own report justice. In terms of the trusted trader, part of that ethos is what we're trying to communicate to the public, and we'll work with comms colleagues, and we already have, as we'll continue working with them, is that piece that if we are doing everything we can, in terms of what's out in the streets, what accessibility to Western Road, then it's fairer and reasonable to ask the public to match us as well, and to take that level of pride because we're demonstrating the same. And if we're keeping it clean, then you're asking them to contribute to that as well, simply by not littering and not fly tipping. So I mean, the ask is don't commit criminal offences, so it's not the hardest ask, but we understand the situation we're in. So part of we looked at bulky uplifts and we realised that we're not changing arrangements, the maximum 7, we're not going into a full removal service. We identified, for instance, the likes of the British Heart Foundation and other charities will actually provide that service for free and come and do a full house clearance. There might be some charge for some items like the sofas with the wee tags on them or white electrical goods, but in the main there are alternatives, and we would signpost. Our pitch to the public is use our facilities, use these alternatives, but if you have to use the man with a van, and not every man with a van is disreputable or fly tips up in the Fenwick Moor, but if you have to use the man with a van, then we're going to develop. There is one already recognised and trusted trader, and we'll be looking to expand that and give people that comfort that if they do need to bring someone in to help them manage their rubbish and clear out the house or whatever, then they get the comfort that it's somebody that is SEPA registered, has their waste carrier's licence, and is therefore likely to be more reputable and less likely to dump their granny's house contents in the Fenwick Moor. So those are the main elements that just come out of some of the others, as I say. But I would ask you to support the ambition here to improve the service and the responsiveness, going back to Councillor Watt's point, across the piece. I think that targeted takes you back to the civic pride. It takes you back to some of the other stuff. It looks great. It's nice to point at, but I come back to the fact that you can't honour a guarantee to get everything removed in 24 hours if you've got one squad or two.
David, thank you. Councillor Watts, it's up to yourself how you want to move forward. You want to stick with your motion, or...?
To be fair, I listened to the Deputy Chief Executive. I never has suggested that there would be only 2 people in it within the motion. And I didn't say that it would be instant removal either. I said that it would, the motion as it said the mobile unit would be tasked with clearing reported fly tipping, litter hotspots and weed infestations within 24 hours of a report. Okay, that's a 24-hour period. But the remit was for the Deputy Chief Executive to go away and investigate, not to create, it was to investigate a dedicated rapid response team. But, I'm not saying everything within this report that's before us, I am totally, fully supportive of. I just felt that we needed to add something a little bit extra in because 28 days is too long for fly tipping. We've got a scourge of fly tipping across the whole of the United Kingdom, not just here in East Ayrshire. But 28 days to remove it, in my view, is slightly too long. But no, the motion was to remit the Chief Executive to investigate the creation of a team.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Do you have a seconder for your motion? Yep, Councillor Adams, that's fine. We will revert back to this closer to the end of the discussion, okay? Deputy Leader, relevant, yeah? Yeah, it is. As I said at the outset, to thank the Chief Executive and the pre-meetings I had with us. I'm fully aware I'd asked for additional stuff to be brought into this paper, but within the realms of affordability, I know that was not achievable. I'm sure the Deputy Chief has investigated absolutely every avenue within the realms of that affordability, given what you said earlier on about the EPR funding that might not be recurring. We don't know how long we're going to get that for, but what we can work on is what we've basically got for the HRA. So I'm sure the Deputy Chief has already looked at stuff like this, given what I'd already discussions were about possibly bringing in someone else, but I was prepared to work within that envelope that we have. I'm content with the recommendations and I'm quite content to move them as they are. Okay, that's fine. Like I say, we can come back to this closer to the end of the discussion if that's okay. Yep. Yeah, I've got... seconder was Councillor James Adams. Yep. Yeah, and Councillor Linton. Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to move on with discussion. Yep, I got your names down. It's fine. Councillor Cowan.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, David, for the update on the previous review. I recognise this has been a mammoth task for yourself and your team, and I also think it's been perfect timing, taken in conjunction with the previous report we had, and I think there's some similarities there in how we keep these priorities going in tandem. There's no point in investing in the big regeneration projects if we don't get the essentials right. And I'm saying essentials, not basics, because I think sometimes we do a disservice to the work that gets carried out in this space. I do have a couple of wee quick questions, if I can, about storm damaged trees, bins in new housing estates and the filling of the job posts. Page 62, there's a table 18, paragraph 18, about the response to storm damaged trees to go to Ayrshire 360. I just want to clarify, when a tree is brought down by a storm and it blocks a pavement, a road, will that be part of Ayrshire 360's responsibility going forward, or will that remain with ARA? The reason I ask that is there's a large road that is lined with trees in my area, and quite often we have the big storms now. There's a lot of mature trees there that do get impacted. So a wee bit clarity there, please. Really pleased to see that you're linking the bins in new housing estates with the Local Development Plan 3. I know my colleague, Councillor Caroline Barton, is actively pursuing some bins for the North Craigs housing estate, and to be honest, I think that feels like more than an uphill struggle than it should be, so that looks to me as another move in the right direction as well. And my final point about the filling of the job posts, I know you mentioned there was a two-pay process in there, but I'm just wondering, are there any opportunities through our apprentice programme or through our employability with our skills and learning facilities? If there's any opportunities there, could that be encouraged? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. David?
Yeah, I've probably not done the paper justice. In no particular order, in terms of the planning piece, I've tried to set out the current position, which is we make a relatively modest ask of developers of new developments. The current position, as I understand it in terms of planning policy requirement, is that we will look for the provision of bins at the expense of the developer where they specifically, within their application, are looking for consent for either play park spaces or other public open green spaces. There's a conversation that we had that I'll continue to have with planning colleagues whether we couldn't increase that if everybody's comfortable with the concept that if a developer builds a new housing estate and new roads and footpaths and at an unadoptable standard we adopt them, then I don't think it's much more of an ask that they actually could be asked to incur the cost of installing bins that we then take over the maintenance and emptying of thereafter. So we're not talking about them taking on factoring arrangements, but if they could provide the bins it would help reduce the cost of the public purse. Rather than the alternative within the LDP3, and we'll continue to have that conversation, the other option would be that we broaden out the developers' contributions piece. Again, not to get the Deputy Provost too excited, but we look at the developers' contributions, which are largely about the bigger impacts in education and health services for bigger developments, and see if we can get a wee slice off that in terms of taking the money and providing the bins for the new ones. In terms of North Craigs, obviously any future changes we make to the planning approach won't benefit the existing position, but some of the 200 bins I'm sure will help ease that pressure. In terms of the trees, the current arrangement is it's David Law and the team that would generally deal with a lot of the tree stuff, and if not, it's the Tivoli contractor. All of that's now going over to Ayrshire 360, and those arrangements would continue. RR are obviously part of the council, so that would be a continuation of the current arrangements in relation to the trees. So we've covered the bins, we've covered the trees. Sorry, in terms of the jobs, what we're hoping to do, we touched on the Civic Pride one. There are, I think, 2 operatives left because that's coming to an end next month, so they've kind of moved on. There's 2 operatives from that. There are the seasonal workers. There's 15 to 18 there. And then, again, to give comfort that while we're talking about savings from the Waste Management Review, those savings come from the reduction in jobs under the new regime, but we are comfortable that we will be able to move or offer to move across anybody displaced there who wants to come into these posts in cleaner. So we're actually hoping that over the piece, a non-financial benefit in here would be avoiding anybody who wants to work for the council in this area losing their job or other employment coming to an end, either because it's temporary at the moment or because it's in the waste service that's in the process of implementing the review. Whether there are room, I'll talk to colleagues now, I've read the HR section, I'll talk to Amanda. I'm not sure how the modern apprentices in that fit in terms of where are they just now and what are they learning just now that they would be moving into these roles. I mean, these are the frontline services of emptying the bins and cleaning the streets. But of course, if there's anything we can do to assist with those initiatives, we will do so. The service itself makes use of modern apprentices in other areas, and I know certainly within East Ayrshire Woodlands it's already transferred across to Ayrshire 360 that there's good use of and opportunities for modern apprentices, etc. I believe in there. I'll stop just now then, Provost. I think that covers the 3 points.
Okay, is that okay? Yep, thank you, Councillor Cowan. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks again to Deputy Chief Exec for this paper. I'll take you back in time. I know we've been doing that quite a bit today, but not that long ago. So 25-26 budget, the Labour Group's proposals at that budget was to look again at the booking system at Western Road and to provide some additional resource there. So it's something I know others have also been keen to see come forward. But I'm delighted in behalf of the Labour Group that this proposal that we'd put forward is now going to come to fruition. In terms of the number of bins, I had really grave concerns at the proposals to remove bins that were previously discussed. I think there's undoubtedly areas where maybe we do have bins up too close together, but without a doubt there are areas that are bin deserts because there's just none. So I think working with our communities, and hopefully Deputy Chief Exec can give me some reassurance on that, it's not just all to new housing estates, much as they will be needed in these places too, that we can work with our communities and find out where is best placed, where are dog walkers going, where do we know our routes that the kids are taking on their way home from school. And certainly in the ward I represent, having 2 of the largest secondary schools in East Ayrshire within a very short distance of each other, there's definitely a need for additional bins. So really, really welcome welcome that. In terms of some of the points in the papers, just wondered if you could maybe give us some feedback on how the use, and so I'll take you to page 67, in terms of the pay-as-you-go disposal service for businesses at Southhook and Garlaff. Use of the service is growing. Communication activities will continue to be developed. So I think just some more detail around that. How is it growing? Always good to see. In terms of page 70, just in terms of the types of bins, so 70 and 71, so the proposals for Stewarton and King Street, Kilmarnock, these bins, it'd be good to maybe get a look at what's being proposed, and perhaps if we make sure our comms colleagues are trailing this before they are deployed, because I get in King Street there are going to be fewer bins, but it's going to have a larger capacity, which I think is really good to see. You know, absolutely, I welcome the additional 33,000, nearly 33,000 appointments at Western Road. I would like us to be in a position where we could literally have show ID to be able to verify you're an East Ayrshire resident and get in to our civic amenity sites, but I do take on board in particular the issues around John Walker Drive and access there. And even to an extent, I can imagine at Garlaff it could be an issue as well. So I'm prepared to see how this goes, but I think in the future we might want to revisit. So maybe a paper 6 months down the line after these measures have been implemented to come back to Council and let us know how things are going and average waiting times and things at Western Road in particular. Another point I wanted to raise was obviously in terms of the bulky uplift. Members, I'm sure, across the council will be getting complaints about how long it takes for these bulky items to get lifted. I remember a number of years ago with a previous head of service who was very keen to see a text message system. In fact, I was promised it was coming to New Farm Lough first and foremost. That's where the trial run was going to be, and that you would get a text to tell you when to put your bulky items out, and unfortunately it never came to fruition. It would be good to see if we could develop the technology. And I get it's not just as simple as sending out a text message. There is a process there, so we don't have people putting out items that are potentially waiting a week. In terms of 28 days for fly tipping, I do agree with the Conservative group leader. It is too long. I don't think it's a little too long, as he suggested, but I think it's far too long. But I do welcome the measures proposed by the Deputy Chief Exec to tackle that. And that's a key item that we can all look at around this chamber. And if this paper comes back in 6 months to give us an idea of how progress has been made, we can measure it against that. Are these timescales coming down? Because that's really what it's about. You know, I see the Conservative group have obviously put forward a motion to grab some headlines today. However, how are you funding that? If you don't want just 2 people covering the whole of East Ayrshire, and we do have a hit squad already, Councillor Watts, but you know, if we don't have, if you're continuing to use the resources that are there, or you're proposing additional resources, how are we paying for it? And if there's a proposal to be put forward by the Conservative group, I'm more than happy to look at it. But you know, we can all grandstand and say 24 hours. I would love it to be 24 hours. Absolutely, I think everybody would. But maybe it's time to let the Deputy Chief Exec's proposals come to fruition, and let's see how it works. And listen, if there's then a proposal that comes forward that is fully costed, then absolutely, I'm sure we could look at it again. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. David?
I think I've got them all. Working back the way, my position is quite simple. Having looked at all of this on your behalf, this is the output. I think the motion conflates different elements. Reference was made to litter and weeds and fly tipping. They're not all part, they might be in the same place at the same time, but they're not all part of the same issue, and they're not all picked up or dealt with by in the same way. Sometimes with the fly tipping is of such a scale, we actually need to use a specialist contractor by a grabber, etc., etc. So this is the best output. This is what I think would lead to an improved service, increasing the squads. And you may not have said to Councillor Watts, but it's 2 minimum per squad. You've referred to an additional squad. You'd need many additional squads to get to that level. What I note in the paper is it's 28 days at the moment. That's what we're going to be looking to bring down. So I'm happy to bring back an update paper and you can judge us in 6 months. But we recognise, and there's nobody suggesting it isn't too long, that's the current, that's not the target. The target is to reduce that by as much as we can, hence the proposal to introduce an additional squad. the weeds, and I was hoping we could get by without mentioning the weeds. There is a briefing prepared, but by the time I got to it last night, I didn't want to detract for this paper, but there is a paper, a briefing to all members that will be out by the end of the week around the weeds, in terms of our engagement with the current contractor, what some of the issues have been, and some of the issues do feed back in here, because one of the factors that have exacerbated the weed provision or the weed position this year has been the fact that we've not been able to clean the streets, particularly the gullies at the side of the roads, etc., which does make it easier for the weeds to grow, as well as the far increased humidity in that. So I'm not into making excuses. Those are the facts. We are engaging with the contractor, and you'll see that in the briefing. The paper also highlights that there's ongoing discussion between ARA, who are currently responsible for the footpaths and the roads, cleanliness, including the weeds, and have a contract in place, and discussions will continue to take place whether that arrangement continues or whether or not, given everything else that's going over to Ayrshire 360, it makes sense for them to take that on as well. So the weeds won't actually remain with the council after next year. So the motion to investigate, I can only say we've done that, we've looked at that, this is the output. If you want us to go back and do it again, I'll do that, I'll take my direction for council, but this is what we think will get to a better level of service across the whole area, rather than making promises that, as in the past, sound good but aren't necessarily deliverable on a consistent basis and throughout the area. In terms of an update, as I said, we're happy to bring it back. In terms of the new bins, no, they're not just about new housing estate. We won't be holding them there till the new ones are built or we change LDP fee. As I said, it will partly help be a problem with North Craigs, but that won't account for anything like the 200. The intention is to roll them out as and when they're received, and increase the provision in communities, and that will be done in consultation with yourselves as local members, recognising there'll be 200 and we can only install them in 200 locations, but we will come and engage with yourselves in terms of what the thinking is in relation to that. It is a team effort, so I will actually, with your blessing, Provost, invite Blair in just on where we're quite at with the pilots on the compacting bins and the sensory bins up in Stewarton, but also Malcolm Ray is here because their level of interest, himself and John Hay, who will be managing this service going forward. Malcolm should be able, hopefully, to give you a little bit more insight into what increased uptake at South Hook means in practice. So, don't know what order they want that in. Sorry to land it on you guys, it's been a long day, but if Blair can maybe pick up in the bins and Malcolm pick up on what the current level and activity is at South Hook in relation to the commercial operators, I think that covers everything.
Thank you, David, and through you, Chair. In terms of the compacting bins, we're expecting delivery of those and fitting of those between September and October at the very latest. So Malcolm and the team have programmed where we believe is the key locations along that spine of King Street, which would then result in the removal of some other street bins that we have there. So we have that ready to go in the briefing that we'll be able to share with members in due course, and which will clearly will be open for consultation to ensure we've got it right. But it is based on our analysis of bin uplifts and use. These bins are your sort of standard, compacting bins that you see used by foot pedals. They have a solar panel on the top, and they can ping us a text message when they're, I think, 80% filled, so that we can go and empty them when appropriate, and that we're not wasting a journey to the bins. In terms of the sensors in the bins, we have those sensors available to us just now, and they're currently being fitted to street bins within Stewarton as we speak. So we will be able to gather some analysis of that in the next few weeks and months. And I believe that answers those parts of the queries, and I'll pass you to Malcolm for the commercial activities at Southhook. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, commercial activity both at Southhook Transfer Station and at the Garraf facility has been opened up for commercial waste since we took over the sites. And that has been steadily growing. We're projecting to bring in around £24,000 this year, and that's steadily growing each year. And that is being promoted through the corporate comms team. We've also been out to the business communities in constant engagement through there to get the word out that these facilities are available and are affordable and based on your pay per throw principle.
Yeah, David, aye.
Provost, I was just reflecting there, as always. In terms of, I glibly accepted the request for an update, but I'm just identifying that these new arrangements will come into play next April. So we'll be updating before we get there. So I think there's a timing issue there. So I'll probably suggest I do a Blair, and we'll make it next October. And whether you like it or not, I'll be off. But joking apart, I think we can agree a period. The June Council next year will be too soon. That'll be 3 months. So joking apart, I think probably in a year's time we bring one back, because we're working from now to April to put the arrangements in place and deliver this brave new dawn, and then a period of time for it to operate. So I agree, we'll bring an update when it's suitable, but just invite, you tell me, but invite Council to reflect on what makes sense time-wise.
Well, thank you all very much. Councillor Douglas, is that all okay? Yep, perfect, thank you. Councillors, there's quite a few, more than few want to speak. I'm going to let you know where they are in order, okay? So I'll be taking Councillor Linda Mabin first, then Councillor Cogley, who is online, Councillors Boyd, Sangster, Richardson, Todd, Maitland and Ingram. Okay, and MD, I think I've deleted it. Right, okay. Councillor Linda Mabin.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to go back very quickly to the bulky uplifts, David. I can tell you of a case last year, because it was a family member of mine, booked and paid for a pick-up, put a sofa out, then 3 weeks later it was still there. She was then accused of all sorts by the local keyboard warriors, fly tipping and everything. So that was disappointing, because we're asking residents to pay for this at the point of booking. So I'm delighted to see the new timeframe proposal coming in for it. The one wee bugbear is I've received a few complaints over the last couple of years about people not being able to get through on the phone. So it's okay for people who can do it online, but they're actually saying the calls are sometimes not getting answered. So just a wee ask that can we maybe ensure a couple of steps are taken to address their concerns. The other couple of things I've got are just comments. And I note the proposal to centralise the budget. Really happy about that, because it's sometimes always it's no my job, it's no my department, and I get that, and I'm not having a go at anybody. I understand it's budget pressures. But it delays the work getting done. So if we have one fly tipping budget, then that's going to make things a lot easier. And the last comment I'd like to make is about the litter control areas. So I don't believe we do have any currently, but I would be wondering, are we likely to be getting any? Because I do like this idea that the occupier becomes responsible for the area, and that would certainly help with some of the issues we've got. Thank you.
Yeah, no, certainly. David?
I'm a wee bit betwixt and between in the first one. I go to the bank once a month and stand at the queue and go and do what I need to do and pay bills and all the rest of it once a month, and enjoy listening to all the people of a certain age stand up the back saying, I can't go online, I don't even have a mobile phone. So personally, I totally agree. However, I'm just reflecting that the council's position, as with a lot of businesses and organisations, is moving away from those individual transactions to online booking. And you've had many papers and many reports in terms of that shift in direction of travel. Therefore, I suppose the halfway house is, if we are offering a service by phone, then we need to man it. But for how long we can sustain that when, as I said, the overall direction of travel through all the work of the Digital Management Board and the digital strategy as approved by Council is trying to move away from that interaction. Personally, I wish that wasn't the case, but my personal view is neither here nor there. But we will obviously endeavour to be able to respond, and if we're taking bookings by phone, then yeah, like you, I would expect the phones to be answered. It's how it sits in the context of the overall direction of travel, when the pressure is on all of us to make best use of resources and that move online, which personally I'm not overly enamoured with in any aspect of life. So the short answer is if we are taking phone bookings, then yeah, we need to man the phones for as long as that's the case. And there's nothing behind that. There's no timetable when we'll remove the call facility. So I'll take that on board. Now I can't read my own writing. In terms of the fly tipping, in theory, we actually have a holding fund, so there's actually meant to be a fund by which it can be paid for, because remember, some of it's Tivoli, some of it's in-house, and then recharged to the relevant service, etc., etc. Bearing in mind, we're only really meant to be lifting the fly tipping from the public spaces, but often we go further and we lift what needs to be lifted. So the centralisation of the budget should reduce that churn. And hopefully, as I say, it will move the resource across to the service that's lifting the fly tipping, and it will save all that internal churn around which budget. It's all council money, it's all council land. So yeah, I'm glad you welcome that, because that's a simplification. In terms of litter control zones, I used the phrase last resort, and I would again, because remember, the operators of a retail park, any retail park, let's not name one, they already have that responsibility to maintain those areas. So the legal responsibility also sits with them. What the litter control zone doesn't create new responsibilities, it creates new enforcement, and it actually then creates offences if they don't fulfil their civil obligations. So it's an enhancement, it's not a change of status, it's an enhancement of the ability to enforce. But remember the 4 E's, which I can never remember myself, but you know, the enforcement is the last of those, and you've got to engage, educate and explain, and probably not in that order. We actually were approached recently by the operators of the major retail park that I mentioned earlier, so there's an opportunity to engage with them. They were looking for a meeting with either Joe and or myself, so I'll be going to see them. I've offered to meet them, and that'll be one of the conversations. What can they do in terms of the bin provision and in terms of the frequency of collection? I did make a comment earlier about being a banana rack, and sadly I did actually find myself down at Asda for petrol the other day, and then I took a wee drive round the other side of that, past the petrol station, to see that they'd one bin out in the middle of the car park and 3 bins in a row by the bus stop. And so, you know, that doesn't really serve much purpose. So we'll continue to have that dialogue with the owners. Part of the issue there is there's a factor, and it's the factor's appetite to put up the charges to everybody to increase their bin provision and increase the frequency of collection by an Enver or a Biffa or any other commercial operators. So, as I said, the position would be that we would make that aware and make it clear that if we don't get to a suitable level of cleanliness and tidiness in these places, then that is an option. But I go back to what I said, I think it's incumbent on the council to get our own house in order before we start purporting to threaten others with a big stick.
Thank you, David. That okay? Members, I'm going to propose a comfort break what are you all yasing at? Till 2 o'clock. And I'll not say publicly why, but I really need. I'm drinking a lot of water now, okay? So 2 o'clock if that's cool. I'm glad I wasn't the only one feeling that way, by the way. So thank you for validating me, all you, all right? All right, members, we will move on with business then, and I'll bring in Councillor Cogley online. Councillor Cogley.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much for this paper. Absolutely delighted to see it. I'm not going to pick out any one particular item for praise, because there are too many. There's too much stuff in it that I think is absolutely brilliant. So pleased to see it all. I think from the public's perspective, it's actually important that we're seen to be doing something, and seen to be doing something soon and quickly. One thing we can do immediately that will have a very, very big impact is to fully implement our Litter in Schools programme. Now, Councillor McMahon referred to it earlier, and I know Keith is or was in the gallery, and would be is a huge supporter of the programme. We know it works. We know it makes a difference. So if we could implement this across all of our schools, all our communities, would see a massive improvement with immediate effect. So that's my single ask. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
And my short and succinct answer is my recollection is there is still a paper due to come to Cabinet in terms of the further rollout of that to the other schools not currently involved. So I'll pick that up with Joe, and I think it's our colleague Linda as well, in terms of bringing that to Cabinet. But that's where we're at, and it's about the next phase of that and rolling it out. So it's a fair prompt, and we need to bring that to Cabinet sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Is that okay, Councillor Cogley?
No, I wasn't aware that that was coming back in front of Cabinet. I thought that was a programme that was already up and running, that we're already rolling out.
The issue was to get Cabinet agreement on the role of local members within that process. So the principle's the same. It's not for a decision on whether or not it will be. It's just around the arrangements and how local members are to be engaged in that. So it's not a massive paper. It is outstanding. I think we're still contributing to at least one of us on education's wages. So it's a reasonable ask. I'll pick it up with Linda as soon as she's back leave. It's not in the principle. It's not whether or not we go ahead with it. The initiative speaks for itself. The outcomes, etc., etc. It's just around the detail of what the process will be and how local members play their part within the rollout.
Thank you. Is that okay, Councillor Cogley?
Not really, no, but I don't see that I have any choice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyd.
Thanks, Provost. This morning I mentioned cleanliness and appearance, so I'm delighted this very positive paper tackles that. It's an investment in much needed frontline services, and civic pride should really be intertwined with everything they do, so absolutely brilliant. Just a few kind of bulleted comments. I've got goals. I think this year possibly maybe a wee bit less. I've only been spooked once, and I know we talk about roofing roofs. With spiking, I've actually found my chimney, the gulls ripped them off, so spiking always doesn't work. The recycling centre, just brilliant, you know, I think that should really help there. Graffiti, sometimes we're a wee bit too slow to react, and maybe we should be better in the future with this paper. In the town centre there was the map boards and planters with graffiti on them for months at a time, but I'm sure we can improve that. Litter bins, and the 5 more streets seen employees, that's absolutely brilliant, as is the replacement edition of the 700 bins that will be vermin and gall proof. Back to the town centre and obviously linking in with the master plan appearances. King Street bins, I would use the term wonderful that all these pole-mounted bins are going to go. The change experiment simply didn't work. Folks stopped using them because they didn't want their hands dirty. It did the opposite. And to be honest, you just walk up King Street, Portland Street, the bins are in a dreadful state, absolutely dreadful. There's recycling bins as well. I don't know if they're included. See if you come out the Mall and into Foregate Square, you've got the bins with the 4 wee kind of portholes in them. I don't know if they'll stay. Again, sometimes it's a hard push into them, and again, they end up quite dirty. So maybe one ask I would say is, would it be possible for operatives just to give a daily wipe down each bin, just a kind of damp cloth, even just wiping the cigarette ash off the top and any spilt coffee down the side would make it much better. Dog fouling, yeah, just need to keep on top of that. Maybe more high-profile posters, information. Litter in schools, the 7 secondary schools, you know, you tend to find most litter there. Commercial bins and overflows. I was taking my wee dog to the new business in the Sandbed, really positive, for a wee clip yesterday, and just across, and I've been complimenting the Sandbed recently on my Facebook, it's much better, but again, there was one bin overflowing, and it was quite quick to work out. It was full of food waste, and it's down at the bottom of Sandbed. It wasn't difficult to work out. So we need to keep on top of businesses with commercial bins. The council can't do everything. You know, we maybe need visits. And last wee point, sometimes, you know, areas of responsibility within the council, you know, because we're maybe talking about grass cutting, it's in the papers, etc. I sometimes have problems contacting departments, in particular ADA versus greener communities. Example, the London Road car park. The wildflowers are brilliant, but see the grass behind it hasn't been cut all year, and I've been batted backwards and forwards like a ping pong ball trying to get somebody to take responsibility. I think ADA's going to cut it now, but we don't have the time, you know, to do all that chasing about. We need to have the department take it up, and it was the same with the seeding, the wildflower seeding at Halford Cross. It was batting backwards and forwards and all. But overall, brilliant paper, and I really do think it will make a difference to our communities, and it's what the people want to see: investment, frontline services, and better communities for all of us. So good stuff.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Boyd. When asked to clean the bins. Yeah.
Duly noted. We'll take that on board.
Yep.
David, just what about the recycling bins? I know that you're talking about in King Street and that the pillared bins, but there's the ones that are kind of horizontal with the wee 4 potholes. Are they going? Are they staying?
If you really want to go there, Malcolm, Blair, are you able to tell us?
Through your chair, our intention would be to retain the recycling bins. We're trying to do a lot about recycle, reuse. The bin rollout supports that journey. I think if we remove the street furniture, it sends the wrong message. So we want to have the ability for people to recycle well out in our towns, as well as disposing of their waste responsibly in the new bins that will be installed. Thank you.
Yep, okay, thank you, thank you. Councillor Sangster.
Thank you, Provost. And yes, like many others here, I really welcome this paper. And I think it is especially important following, on from the town centre master plan. And I know Councillor Cowan kind of touched on this because, civic pride isn't just about, what our town might look like in 5 or 10 years. It's also about what people see when they walk out the front door, like today. To state the obvious, residents they want clean streets, they want their litter picked up, pavements looked after, weeds dealt with, bins emptied, public spaces maintained, and our areas kind of cared for. And these things sound kind of simple, but they do really make a difference to how people feel about where they live. When our streets are clean and our public spaces are looked after, it's giving the message to residents that their community matters. And I think that's really important. So yeah, let's look ahead and deliver the master plan, but let's also focus in the here and now. So just one quick question regards paragraph 54, just around the, with the 500 of the 1,400 street bins identified as being in poor or kind of very poor condition, and obviously there's a proposal to replace those alongside 200 new bins. I'm just wondering what measures are we going to put in place to ensure that there's ongoing maintenance and timely replacement in the future, and how's the council, how are we going to monitor the effectiveness of that investment in kind of improving the street cleanliness? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. David?
Again, I think I'll turn to Blair or Malcolm. I'm not sure we've got that level of sophistication, but see what they can do.
Through your chair, so we know exactly where these. So we did a bin audit. That's how we identified the bins that need replaced. So as soon as we take receipt of those bins, we'll know what ones will be able to be replaced. What we didn't have previously built into the budget was any costs for maintenance, upgrade, replacement, etc. But at paragraph 55, it would note that there's £15,000 per annum going to be put into the budget for replacement, renewal, etc., which would help maintain that infrastructure moving forward. Thank you.
Yep, that's great. Thank you. Yep, thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks for letting me in. I'll be really concise. I know there's still loads of other councillors want to speak to this paper, which I fully endorse. I think it's a great paper. In the interest of keeping the meeting short and being concise, I only want to speak to one recommendation, which is 2.1, which relates to the Western Road Recycling Centre, which obviously the entrance to that off John Walker Drive is not only in my ward, it's where I stay. I have a councillor page now, and I opened up a thread on the recycling centre, which went absolutely ballistic. The interest in this issue in the public, it's a really, really hot issue. So hot, in fact, that I try to get back to the members of the public that get in touch through Facebook about these sort of issues. And to be fair, Waste Management team and Business Innovation team, there was a lot of good suggestions were coming in on Facebook, which I was forwarding to them. And copy and paste is a dangerous thing, because I copied and pasted a response that I got from officers, which included the email address for the Business Innovation team. Now, what that meant was that Business Innovation team, who do a good job but really should be sitting in the background looking at how to improve things, started to receive loads of email from the public direct. One Friday afternoon, I got a very panicked phone call from Blair Miller saying, "Councillor Richardson, can you please take that email off your website?" Which I did immediately, because it was an honest mistake. But the reason I mentioned that was it shows how interested the public are in the recycling centre. Now, I think it's a great move to move the 20-minute slots down to 10 minutes, and the fact that that will free up, as Barry Douglas said, Councillor Douglas said, almost 33,000 new bookings That's going to be superb. It's going to make it so much easier to get into the recycling centre, and there's obviously going to be an additional member of staff employed as well. I've already put that information out there into the public domain, and it was received really, really well. But as David Mitchell mentioned, a lot of the public, what you get is, councillor, just get the recycling centre opened up the way it used to be, where we can just turn up and dump our stuff. Now, I realise that health and safety, the access from John Walker Drive, etc., that's not really an option, because I'm also getting emails from people who book their appointment, arrive at the recycling centre. For anybody that don't know it that well, there's a burger van sits at the play park. Now, the burger van's really good. I've had a burger at it. But there's only about 5 or 6 spaces where you can park at the play park. So if the burger van's got a queue, what the folk do is they actually park on the entrance to the recycling centre. So if you've booked an appointment at 2 o'clock and you arrive and there's all these cars parked, they're maybe not even getting into the recycling centre, they're maybe out at the burger van. So it's politics. You can't please all the people all the time. But it's to commend, what I want to do is I want to commend the Business Innovation team, because they listened. They listened to what the public were telling them, and they've made a great change here. So bringing the slots down from 20 minutes to 10 minutes, 33,000 more appointments available. In general, that's been received really, really well out there. So well done to not only the Business Innovation team, but also the Waste Management team, because they listened and they acted.
No, thank you. Like, I'll be listening to all councillors, just be careful what you're posting. It's got emails, but no, absolutely. Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Todd, then Councillor Peter Maben, Councillor Maitland, Ingram, Deputy Provost, and if I've missed MD, just let me know.
Thanks very much, Provost. And Councillor Cowan got the answer, part of the answer I was looking for. And it was, and I know there will be a discussion with the employment side, but it'd be great if we could incorporate maybe some prisoners coming out of prison, ex-armed services personnel that have left the armed forces for some of the employment. I know there are restrictions with employment law and all the rest of it, but it'd be good to have that hole where, you know, if you stop people reoffending, then that's only a bonus. But it'd be good if we could look at things like that. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I mean, obviously the council's established that. There was previous discussion in a paper around the employability scheme within the prison. I did say earlier, I think when you look at what's left from the Civic Pride team, you look at the seasonal workers under the old approach, that will be not getting replicated, the 15 to 18 of them, then it may well be that actually through taking care of those who already work for us, that most of these posts will be. But generally speaking, recruitment can be an issue, and the council's not about the service. The council as an employer has set out its stall as to where it will look and who it's minded to invite to apply and employ, and that includes the groups you're talking about. So there might be limited opportunities once we've reaccommodated. Plus, I did say as well, those who would be otherwise displaced with the waste management review. So we would give priority to those who already work for us. But if there's any further need to recruit, it would be in line with previous council decisions, and we're not closed to any of those groups.
Yep, okay. Yep, thank you. Councillor Peter Maben.
Thank you, Provost. Listen to this about bins, artificial intelligence bins. It's the future. It's like Skynet. They're going to take over. We need the ones that's going to stand up and walk themselves to the recycling centre and empty themselves when they're full. Paragraph 18, the report is talking about the weeds, refers to pavement and roadside weed control. I'm interested in how that's going to be dealt with in the future, because I think every councillor in the room will agree we've not had a good year when it comes to weed control. So hopefully we get things right and get this better and under control next year. On para 71, page 73, about the cameras, the redeployable cameras. Just can we ensure that there's a rotation of these cameras round about? Because again, I expect every councillor here will have a hot spot where they want to see a camera dealing with that problem. We're going to need to get them all over East Ayrshire in some kind of rotation. And the only other thing was just the best of luck to David negotiating with the trade unions and reaching a good agreement to get 5 over 7. I can imagine that might be tricky.
Kofi Annan, me. In terms of the cameras, you did touch on it in your question, which is we will absolutely prioritise these where there are fly tipping problems, but I don't disagree with you. You could probably find one in every ward. So it's not about an equitable distribution across the wards, it's about deploying them. The point was made earlier, the secondary effect of them is to identify and enforce. It's the deterrent effect. Once you put the signs up and people know that they could be identified and prosecuted, it's about stopping the behaviours and stopping the fly tipping. That's the real value of the cameras, which is why we need to have that maximum coverage. So totally agree. What was the one in the middle? Oh, paragraph 18 was just to say at the moment ARA have a contractor for most of the weeds. As I said, there's a briefing ready to come out to you. I didn't want to distract away for this by the time I got to it last night. So it'll come out tomorrow, just letting you know where we're at with the current contractor. Simply what we flag up here in page 63 in the wee greyed out box in the big table where we identify what's going to Ayrshire 360 and what's staying, is there's a conversation and an ongoing dialogue between Jane and Annika there, ARA and Ayrshire 360, around whether or not, given everything else that will go over to Ayrshire 360 and the resource they'll have, it makes sense for the council to enter a service level agreement around the weed treatment, or whether we carry on with the current arrangement. But the briefing goes into the efforts been taken, and in terms of the second spray just concluded and the third spray still to come, what we're looking for there in terms of that. So it is an ongoing dialogue, and if it's a better fit for Ayrshire 360 to take it on as part of their Brave New Dawn, then that will be the outcome. If it makes sense to continue with an external provider, then fine, and the halfway house would be letting them bid to show they're competitive, but I don't want to overcomplicate things. So the point's taken. It's about managing the current contractor while trying to fit this into this better level of service that we aspire to across all these services.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you very much. I just want to give my thanks as well to the Deputy Chief Exec for bringing this paper. Certainly addresses a lot of issues that we see as local councillors. In regard to, I also thanks to my Deputy Leader for giving me a wee shout out earlier on in regard to the trusted trader suggestion that I put forward. That waste removal operators, you can never be certain whether or not, if you are booking somebody through Facebook, whether or not your rubbish will end up fly tipped in your or other community. So just an ask from the public, just to make sure that you know who's taking away your rubbish, and for the operators themselves, please consider becoming registered with SEPA and becoming that trusted trader in your area. Hopefully we can all work together to make sure that this we can deal with this issue. Separately to that, Councillor Douglas had actually said earlier on about the idea for texting in regard to your bulky uplifts. I think it was myself that had suggested that originally, and that had come through Community Council, Ask New Farm Law Community Council, were concerned about when a bulky uplift was being put out. That was almost an invitation to other people to put further items onto that, and there was actually a concern about fire safety. Certainly, it's, New Farm Loch isn't the only place where rubbish has unfortunately been set alight. So, in regard to the bulky uplifts idea, I know that cost, it was prohibitive to have an IT system put in place, but again, if we could look at that again, certainly that was a good 3 or 4 years ago. IT might have moved on, it might be more affordable now. So if we could have a look at that, that'd be fantastic. Thanks.
Yeah, it wasn't just the funding. There was issues and concerns whether or not the system could be adapted to the bulk uplifts that's used in the waste vehicles, etc. We haven't given up on it, so the short answer is we will continue to look at how we can get. The ideal would be you book it Monday morning, Mrs McGlumfer, it's Monday morning, we come and collect it. The longer, even by arrangement, it sits there to be collected, then the more likelihood either you're getting complaints from folks saying it's fly tipping when it isn't, it's out by agreement for collection, or the other side of that is the other half of the street are adding to it thinking it's a free-for-all and no, we'll collect it all anyway if it's sitting there. So it's not in anyone's interest, and the ideal would be, and we're working towards the ideal of by appointment, but at the moment the best I can offer and with credibility and be confident we can deliver is that within that 5-day period. But you're absolutely right, we haven't given up on that wider ambition, but it's about money and it's about a system that actually that works. So leave it with us and we can include that in the update.
Yep, okay,
That's great, thank you.
Deputy Provost.
Right, Provost, thank you. Appreciate David touching on a point I'd raised earlier in the day. It was just paragraph 100. Ken, I'm loath to ask Omdi to work Friday and Saturday for the same wages, because I certainly wouldn't do it. And I think Councillor Mabin's alluded to it came with the negotiations. So I was just wanting confirmation that there is some kind of funding in place should we have to pay some kind of allowance to folk that are working no Monday to Friday, but Wednesday through Sunday.
I think there's two things. We're still to have the meaningful and detailed discussions with the trade union. I don't know exactly what will come out of that. I won't repeat everything I said before, but I think the other side of that is the value of a day's work, the value of a day's work, whether it's carried out on a Monday or a Saturday. And I think what we're trying to move away from is a current regime where both the workforce aren't required to work at weekends, so we're relying on willingness and accompanied by paying that overtime to replace one premium on weekend working with another. I don't want to fall out with you, but I don't think is actually what we're trying to achieve here. If I recognise the detriment, if people currently have a contract and they don't need to work weekends and we're asking them to work weekends, I get that. And the normal approach would be that if we look to have to compensate folk to take on new contracts, I'll come back to council with output for that. But my own personal view would be that simply replacing the current overtime arrangement but still paying a premium for Saturday and Sunday would not be the preferred outcome. However, it's a dialogue, it's a negotiation, it's not an imposition, and let's see where we get to with the trade unions. What I can point to is the £100,000 resilience there, which is primarily intended to make sure that when the workforce are taking their holidays or are otherwise absent, we can have a level of continuity, be that overtime or be that through additional agency workers. If we get to the point where we need to pay a premium because that's the price of peace with the trade unions, then that would need to come out of that, or that would be covered by that provision. But that would then eat into that additionality if we're actually having to eat into the resilience fund just to get that basic level of service over a 7-day week. So there's more than one opinion I said in this one. There's more than one legitimate view. I think we need to put the detail in front of the trade unions, which we're still to work through, subject to council approval today, and come back with where the trade unions are at. And at the end of the day, as I've said on several occasions throughout this meeting today, we will and we are here to take our steer for council and deliver your approved outcomes here, or the outcomes you're willing to approve as a council collectively. So I take the point. Let's have the negotiations, and I can bring that back if it doesn't, if required or as required, and we can look at that. But my best advice, my best recommendation would be to try and avoid having to pay a premium, because there is the other side, as the value of a day's work should be the value of a day's work, whether it's a Monday or a Saturday, and we need a 7-day resource. So let's see where we get to. But the short answer, no pun intended, is that the 100,000 resilience fund would cover any additional payments we need to make. But I'd rather get that for additional service than just the core service. But life's full of compromises.
Okay.
I know, I appreciate the answer.
Yep, thank you. Okay, members, it's been very well aired. Leader, final word?
My final word, we've had all kind of musical representations. We've had David Bowie, we've had T-Rex eating a flock of seagulls. I think the crux is that, and maybe to quote Dolly Parton, is working 9 to 5 is the big challenge that, you know, what I would say is folk like these days, like daylight flexible working, because it blends in with childcare. And, you know, I wouldn't like to preempt it. I can understand the concerns. You know, folk want regular hours and all the rest of it, but sometimes flexible working and the working day is changing. So let's have these discussions and get it and try and get it over the line, because the proposal that's in front of us, Jim and others introduced, it's an absolute, it's a really good news story. And again, as well as us providing the service, I spoke to Keith before the Chief Exec before the meeting, and it's about changing behaviours. That's at the crux of this. If we can do our bit and engage with the folk and where we need to, whether that's secondary schools or wherever we need to go, it's changing behaviours will really save the day and save the community money, so we can spend these kind of resources and other things. But I'd just like to commend the paper. Thanks.
Yeah, no, perfect. Thank you. Well, members, in front of us, we've got a motion and an amendment, and I'll pass to our Chief Governance Officer, Craig Young, to take us through the process. Thanks, Craig.
Thank you, Provost. As you've indicated, we currently have a motion and amendment before us. The motion, which was put forward by Councillor Watts and seconded by Councillor Adams, seeks to move the recommendations 1 to 8 as set out on page 59, together with the additional recommendation, which is to remit to the Deputy Chief Executive to investigate the creation of a rapid response unit or team to deal with certain matters, including litter hotspots, within 24 hours. The amendment put forward by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Linton, is just to move the recommendations set out in the report as is. Given we have a number of councillors, members that are online, I think of necessity we'll need to do a roll call.
Okay, I was just checking. That was definitely the way to run about, but apparently the process in which it happened is. So, yeah, roll call then. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Members will call the roll. When I call your name, could you indicate your support for either the motion, which is by Councillor Watts, seconded by Councillor Adams, or for the amendment by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Linton. Provost Claire Leach.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost John McGee.
Amendment.
Councillor Caroline Barton.
Amendment.
Councillor Elaine Cowan.
Amendment.
Councillor David Richardson.
Amendment.
Councillor James Adams.
Motion.
Councillor Ian Linton.
Amendment.
Councillor Douglas Reid.
Amendment.
Councillor Jane Sangster.
Amendment.
Councillor Graham Barton.
Amendment.
Councillor Graham Boyd. Councillor Barry Douglas.
Amendment.
Councillor Neil Ingram.
Amendment.
Councillor Peter Maben, I think, has left the chambers. Councillor Claire Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Jim Todd.
Amendment.
Councillor Beverley Clark.
Amendment.
Councillor Sally Cogley.
Amendment.
Councillor Kevin McGregor.
Amendment.
Councillor Linda Maben.
Amendment.
Councillor William Lennox.
Amendment.
Councillor Alison Simmons.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor June Kyle.
Amendment.
Councillor Jim McMahon.
Amendment.
Councillor Neil Watts.
Motion.
And Councillor Jim Kyle. Thanks, members. So the amendment is carried by 22 votes to 3.
Thank you very much, and I just must thank all the officers up here for keeping me right as always. You've always got the eye on the ball, so appreciate that very much. Thank you. Members, we're moving on to agenda item number 6. This is the full review of East Ayrshire Council's scheme for the establishment of community councils, pages 83 through 90 in your papers, and I'll bring in Suzanne Clark to take us through the papers. Thanks, Suzanne.
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon, members. I'm pleased to present the report seeking approval to undertake a full review of East Ayrshire Council's scheme for the establishment of community councils. Just a bit of background, the current scheme was approved in February 2011 and therefore has actually been in place for over 15 years, providing the statutory framework for community council areas across East Ayrshire. There's two key reasons why I believe the time is right for this review. Firstly, there's been significant changes since 2011 in community engagement, participation, equality and inclusion, digital engagement and place-based working, as well as in the way the communities actually engage with the Council and our wider partners. Secondly, and importantly, the review has been prompted by recent feedback from a number of Community Council members and from some of yourselves as members as well. A number of issues have been raised about the operation of the current scheme, and there's a clear appetite to look at the arrangements more comprehensively and bring these up to date. I'm sure community councils will welcome the opportunity to participate in the review and to have their views properly considered. This is intended to be a full review, and we want to understand what's working well, what should be retained, what could be improved, and where the scheme could be modernised. As set out in paragraph 9 of the report, the review will consider areas including community council boundaries, membership and elections, vacancies and co-option, roles and responsibilities, constitutions and standing orders, meeting arrangements including online and hybrid meetings, and public participation and transparency. It will also consider equality, diversity and accessibility, participation by our children and young people and underrepresented groups, the code of conduct, complaints and governance arrangements, financial governance, inactive community councils where we have them, communication and information sharing, and the role of the community councils and community planning and place-based working. So many areas the review will cover. Subject to Council approval today, Ayrshire 360 through myself will undertake an initial formal consultation with community councils, with yourselves as elected members, local communities and other stakeholders. This is proposed to run for approximately 8 weeks. The feedback will then be analysed and used to develop proposed amendments, which will come back to yourselves in Council in December, where required, and there will be a further statutory consultation before final approval. The intention is for a revised scheme and associated governing documents that would then come into effect from 1st of April 2027, subject, of course, to completion of the statutory process and the final Council approval. There's a clear statutory framework for this work under Section 53 of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973, and from my perspective as Director of Community Activities within Ayrshire 360, I see this as a very positive opportunity for our community councils and our communities as a whole. Community councils are an important part of local democracy in East Ayrshire. They provide a local voice and an important link between communities, the council and our partners. Our aim is to ensure that the framework supporting them is modernised, clear, inclusive and fit for purpose, while strengthening community participation and representation. The review will be delivered within existing resources, with an equality impact assessment informing the development of the revised scheme. So, Provost, the decision today is to approve the commencement of the full review, the proposed scope and approach, the consultation and statutory process, and the indicative timetable set out in Appendix 1 of the report. We've listened to the feedback from community councils and from members, and I believe this review gives us the opportunity to respond positively and constructively to that feedback. I'm sure community councils will welcome the opportunity to shape the future arrangements, and I look forward to working with members, community councils and communities across East Ayrshire throughout the process. Provost, I ask the recommendations set out within the report to Council are approved today, and thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions from members.
Sam, thank you very much, and like you say, a very timely review indeed. Brilliant bit of work. Councillor Linda Merrin.
Thank you, Provost. Thanks, Suzanne. Absolutely right. I welcome this paper. However, I've got a couple of wee asks to add on. In relation to you're looking at changing maybe the sort of rules and guidance. Can I have an ask that it's clear, practical and no fooey admin speak, because I know some of them struggle in and especially when there's delicate situations, as we have in one of the community councils in Ward 7 at the moment, and they're not always very clear about what the actual guidelines are. The next wee ask is in relation to the annual grants. I've actually lost count of how many I've been asked to chase up. Now, I understand there's procedures and protocols. I'm not saying anything about that, but these guys run on really, really limited budgets, and sometimes people I am aware of are paying for things out of their own pocket, and I can't condone that, obviously. Next thing is, in relation again to the grant funding, when was it last assessed? And like, is the level of funding we're still offering them sufficient to support their work effectively, bearing in mind that everything else in the world has gone up in price? Also, do we look at ways to support, to ensure that we are encouraging wider participation from the local community, i.e. kids, schools, groups, like churches? I know in a previous life, when I was in New Farm community, we had both secondary schools had a representative, the church had a representative. There was loads of different groups sent them, and I don't see that a huge amount in the community councils up in Ward 7. So I'm wondering if that's maybe something that should be looked at. I believe you have a portal coming for minutes, etc., for upload. Again, I welcome that, but can we ensure that they're uploaded quite well as quickly as possible, just to stop the keyboard warriors constantly having a go at the community council members, who, I hasten to add, are volunteers. They don't get paid for what they do. And the last thing is a regular review of office bearer information, because if we're going to be using websites and everything to hold this information, it would be good if the information we had there was really, really up to date. Thank you.
Yeah, Son.
Yep, thanks through you, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Mabin. Absolutely take on board every point you've actually made, and the purpose of the scheme review will actually cover majority of your points made. It's been many years, I think even before the last scheme review, since their annual admin grant, as it was called back then, was reviewed, and that was based at that time. So it's absolutely, that will need to be part of the review that we've got, and will need to be brought back here for guidance and feedback. In terms of the representation, that is an absolute clear area within the report that we do need to look at underrepresented groups, children and young people, how we encourage involvement in that local democracy, and how we make our community councils as transparent, open as possible for any member of the community or local organisation to participate and be a member of. So that needs to be looked at as part of that approach as well. In terms of the portal you refer to, Ayrshire 360 is looking at having a space on our web pages that would link back into council as well. It's a single access point, not just for community councils, but for any resource information that any community group or organisation is looking to access, including community asset transfer, application, etc. So it's to have everything in one place so that they're not having to search across a number of different areas of our web pages. In terms of regular review of office bearers, absolutely we need to make sure that that is kept up to date, and to process any annual allowances in a timely fashion. I know I've had conversations with yourself offline around this as well, so absolutely take that on board, and we'll action that as part of our ongoing review. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Very good. Yep, thank you. Deputy Provost.
Right, thanks, Provost. Thanks, Suzanne, for the paper. I welcome that. I remember talking to Deputy Chief Executive and, in fact, Julie McGarry about this some time back, and I think it is well overdue. We've been here that long that my computer's packed in, it's run out of juice, so I haven't got the paper in front of me, but I take it allowances is the grant you're talking about. Aye. So, and I take on board what Councillor Mabin's saying, because I think we should, I think We had a conversation in this very chamber some time back about having younger folk at community councils. And I think I ken it's quite difficult to achieve, but I think it's something that we need to look at when we're doing the review, and I'm looking forward to the response to the consultation. Thank you.
Aye, absolutely, all of that, for sure. Thank you. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Susanna. I've been one of the councillors that's been calling for the review of the community councils, and Linda's said most of what I was going to say, so that's absolutely fine. Just for reassurance, John, that the last Ayrshire 360, when it was on the agenda, I got talked down and out of what constituted a young person. So there was a good debate on that. And we do understand that getting people to engage in local democracy can be really hard, and yet it's so impactful. We must hear these voices. So without further ado, I just really look forward to seeing the results of the consultation, if we can get the engagement going on it. We need community councils or something along those lines that are fit for 2026 and going forward. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Maitland. Councillor Todd.
Thank you very much, Provost. Yeah, thanks, Suzanne. Could you, in the consultation part, maybe include the police? Because the number of times some community councils don't get a police presence or a police report, and I do accept there's operational, difficulties, but it would be great. We've got a new boss now, again, for Ayrshire Nairn, and it'd be great to maybe engage with them. I'm going to raise this at the Police, Fire and Rescue Committee as well, that we're having a review over community councils, and it'd be great to have a far bigger input from police to them. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, absolutely appreciate that, Councillor Todd, that we need to be engaging not just our communities, our members and our community councils. It's absolutely about our other stakeholders. Police are key, because that is a regular report that is taken to community council meetings, and as you say, there has been some challenges in some of the areas, not receiving them in a timely fashion. So absolutely, we'll be engaging with all partners as part of this review.
Yep, reassuring, thank you. Members, are we happy to agree then? I'm just making sure I've not missed somebody. No, he's okay? Yep, happy to agree. Very good luck with this it's a good bit of work, so thank you. Okay, members, we should move at pace now. So, agenda item number 7 is changes to membership of the Governance and Scrutiny Committee, just for Councillor Jane Sangster to replace Councillor Sally Cogley as Vice Chair and Councillor Graham Boyd to become a member of the Governance and Scrutiny Committee. Members, is that agreed? Perfect. Thank you. Oh, no, you're fine. Agenda item number 8 is requests from the Labour Group for various changes to committees. Members, I don't intend to read them all out. You've got them all in front of you in your paper. And for the additional item, members, the SNP Group have requested 2 changes, namely Councillor Neil Ingram to replace Councillor Stephen Cannon in the Grants Committee, and Councillors Caroline Barton and Willie Lennox to replace Councillors Linton and Maitland on Ayrshire 360. That agreed, members? Yep, cool. Thank you, everybody. We're moving on to the motion by Councillor Sally Cogley. Sally, I'll pass to yourself to speak to your motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Provost. And you'll all be aware that I amended the wording yesterday. So as follows: electric bikes, e-bikes, legally known as electrically assisted pedal cycles, EAPCs, play an increasingly important role in Scotland's transport system. However, the growing prevalence of illegally modified e-bikes, unsafe battery systems and their use in antisocial or criminal activity has resulted in the need for increased enforcement and is a cause of great public concern. The regulatory framework needs to catch up with the technology. I propose a motion that this Council writes to the UK Government and asks for the Road Traffic Act 1988 to be reviewed, recognising that it's reserved and that this is where the EAPC legislation sits, and also to the Scottish Government to further its work around enforcement powers in allowing local police to be supported in taking meaningful action. Now, to put this into some sort of context, I'm just going to run through the contents of a text message that I received earlier this week from a constituent. And this was a constituent expressing great concern about e-bikes locally and saying that a child on their estate had been given a new off-road e-bike. And the previous evening, that child had been riding around the local park, plus on roads, pavements, and along with other youngsters on similar vehicles without safety kit. The evening prior to that, adults were doing the same thing. The constituent expressed great concern about the safety of those using the e-bikes, plus the impact on other local residents. The constituent also asked if drones could be used to identify the activity to assist the police in rapid, meaningful intervention. And I'm telling you this because this text was very typical of many texts that Ward 6 elected members regularly receive, and I'm sure the rest of you receive them regularly too. What I want to emphasise here is that this relates to the illegally modified e-bikes and safe battery systems and their use in criminal antisocial activity. And we know that this is a problem shared north and south of the border and also with our European neighbours. So far as the UK government position is concerned, we're looking for a review of the Road Traffic Act and in particular section 165 to allow police the power to seize and destroy a vehicle that is not fit for the road. The Scottish Government has expressly stated that it is reviewing vehicle seizure and disposal powers and is committed to increasing police powers to confiscate and retain illegal e-bikes. Chief Inspector Dugan is involved with a working group that will be making representations to the Scottish Transport Minister. If we deem this issue to be a problem, which I'm sure we all agree it is, we should also be writing to the Scottish Transport Minister. Local authority support will make a difference. We, that is East Ayrshire Council, should be the first local authority to be doing this, and our support will make a big difference and will assist in making our communities safer. Thank you.
Councillor Colby, thank you very much. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, I do. Councillor McGregor.
Oh, so apologies, Councillor McGregor.
Thanks, Provost. As Councillor Cogley mentioned, my words are premised on the updated motion that I believe was sent out to all councillors yesterday. Just to kind of build on that, e-bikes or EAPCs, they're a more common sight in our communities these days. And when they're operated responsibly within their legal classifications, they can be a benefit to users, especially in regard to active travel. There's undoubtedly many who use these across the country, and East Ayrshire will be no exception. As colleagues will know, the ward I and Councillor Cogley represent, Irvine Valley, is really well known now for championing traditional cycling in a safe and legal manner, with a focus very much on enjoying active travel within the laws, and specifically the Road Traffic Act as it stands. Unfortunately, there appears to be a significant rise in illegally modified e-bikes, which not only put the public at risk, whether that's pedestrians or road users, due to unregulated speeds, unchecked modifications, etc., but also with regards to antisocial and often criminal incidents. So it's my view that we as a local authority should be doing everything we can to show support for our local police colleagues. I believe we do, but with this specific area in mind, I think showing our support to allow them to tackle the issues head on, and the passing of this motion would, I think, initially have us writing to the relevant UK Government Minister to consider amendments to the Road Traffic Act 1988 in order to bring it up to date with the technology which has overtaken, I think, that Act quite considerably. But yes, asking both the UK and the Scottish Governments to continue to engage in formalising and progressing the work that they've already clearly been doing. We can't continue to have a situation in place where road users, vehicle drivers, pedestrians feel vulnerable and at risk due to these e-bikes on our travel networks. And while it's not in the gift of the Council to make changes to this legislation, I do think that we as an authority should be leading the way, asking the legislation specifically to be reviewed, and which would hopefully progress the ability to do things around enforcement, and whether that's seizure or destruction or fines. So On that premise, I'm happy to second the motion. Thanks.
Yep, thank you, Councillor McGregor. I'll open it to the floor for anybody. Councillor Todd, then Councillor Richardson. Councillor Todd.
Thank you very much, Provost. As a regular user of two wheels, albeit with an engine in it, an internal combustion engine, the best. There are two types of e-bikes here, so we need to be careful. I am not against this motion at all, fully support it. But we need to be careful because there's those e-bikes where cyclists are using as an aid when they are cycling, and you've got those e-bikes that Sally and Kevin's talking about that are on the fringe of breaking the law. That's a Westminster problem because they allow the import of these types of vehicles into the country. So it's good that the motion's been changed but they're only asking the Road Traffic Act to be modified. We need to be attacking the import of these types of vehicles, and that comes through Westminster. They've got the reserve on that. The other side is it would be a good idea if this motion involved COSLA as well, because if we're asking East Ayrshire Council to be the flag bearer of trying to deal with this issue, it'd be good to get all the other councils involved as well. So maybe I'm not asking for an amendment to the motion, but it might be an idea to include COSLA to discuss this, because it must be the same with every single council. So COSLA's got a part to play in this as well. Thanks, Provost.
Yep, thank you. Deputy Leader?
Yeah, thanks, Provost, and I fully agree with Councillor Coughlin, Kevin as well. I sympathise with police officers trying to identify these bikes is not that easy. Some of them are quite obvious because the physical changes that they make. Others, it's a software change that can increase the speed. So who do you stop? Who does Police Scotland stop when it looks like a perfectly normal bike and they would appear to be pedalling it? But no, it's a difficult. I am also aware, and I was pretty shocked when I heard this statistic, that electric scooters can be adapted, and I was made aware of one electric scooter that travels at the speed of 62 miles an hour on a pavement. Absolutely shocking. So the potential there is lethal. So, but that's the type of things that's where adjustments can be made. So yeah, I fully endorse that.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, fully support the motion. I mean, up in Ward 2, and my fellow ward councillors, Councillors Cowan and Barton, have been in meetings where we've listened to elderly people who are really worried by the users of these illegal e-scooters and e-bikes. And the thing is, the users of these illegal scooters and e-bikes know that they're going out to break the law, because most of them have their faces covered most of the time. And this is the part of it that I think really scares the elderly, because you've got they're normally fully clad in black, which isn't ideal at night time for other users, trying to, when you see them flying across the bit of grass at the side of the road, for instance, the Comores Road, and they just come fleeing out and go straight across the road right in front of you. They're a danger to themselves. One of them's going to kill themselves, or they're going to cause a serious road accident, with other road users. So we also know that, police feedback is that they can be used to deliver, stuff that shouldn't be being delivered to households, etc. We're not talking Uber Eats here. We're talking other sort of, what shall we say, substances. So, yes, fully support the motion for a whole range of reasons, and we do have this is a blight in Ward 2 just now, which the police, with the use of drones, and we were treated by the police to a demonstration of the new drone technology, which looks absolutely fantastic. Hopefully that will help them to do their job, track these e-bikes back to where they're being stored, etc., and confiscate them, because, yeah, we need to get them, the illegal ones, we need to get them off the road. So, fully support the motion.
Yep, thank you. And you're right, some of them are dead, young, aren't they? And it's your hair's in your mouth seeing them. It's like, you're right, son. Councillor Maitland.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad it's been clarified that we'll be writing to the UK government as they control the RTA legislation. The other thing was, I just wanted to clarify, this does not include scooters at all. It is just e-bikes, because I believe the scooters are illegal on the roads and pavements as well. Just looking for clarification. Thanks.
Yeah, Councillor Cogley.
Scooters are included with the e-bikes. Thank you.
Okay.
That's great. It's just so what are we actually asking the Scottish Government to do when we write to them? Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Cogley.
So we're going to ask the Scottish Government to continue its work working with the police and the courts to on seizing and destroying illegally modified e-bikes. Thank you. And I'm happy to add in, if it would be helpful, I'm happy to add in writing to COSLA as well, because I think that would be a good thing for us to be doing. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll bring Leader in and then yourself, Councillor McGregor. Yeah, Leader.
I hadn't intended to speak, but it's just a quick one, maybe just to Blair. And just was wondering, because Councillor Richardson mentioned storage, and I just wonder, I see some of these ones getting hidden inside in houses, and some of these are our houses, and I just was wondering what's their policy, and they're obviously, you know, there are fire risks and stuff like that. Are there any kind of rules, or is that something we're thinking about?
Through you, Chair, given, as the discussion indicates, it's an emerging area of growth, therefore a tenancy agreement wouldn't ordinarily have it specifically mentioned within that. I'm sure I'm looking at the lawyers in the room, and I'm pretty certain that we would have a condition within the tenancy agreement which would allow us to request that items be removed where it may cause a fire hazard, because I know that exists particularly within common areas of blocks of flats. You'll also, just to recall, that we have had a lot of we've had a lot of campaigns round about lithium-ion batteries, of which these are, in terms of safe storage of those goods as well. So we probably could look at it from a number of angles for the council, and I'm happy to speak to colleagues to bring it back to members round about the tenancy agreement and where we sit with that. Thank you.
Yep, no, absolutely perfect. Thank you. Yep. Councillor Watts. And then you can want to bring in to sum up. Yeah, okay, cool. Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, I know I'm fully supportive of this. I mean, they are the scourge of some of these electric scooters whizzing around our neighbourhoods is becoming really dangerous. And they are running illegal operations and doing all those sorts of things they shouldn't be. I would just ask Councillor Cogley, and it follows back on from the point that Councillor Maitland made. When we look at the motion as it's currently written, it doesn't actually mention e-scooters at all. It just says assisted pedal cycles, e-bikes, and whilst I'm fully prepared to, to support this motion, I do perhaps think we do need to actually stipulate that e-scooters are included within the wording. Thank you, Provost.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Cogley, if I understood properly earlier, you were going to include e-scooters and COSLA, is that correct? Yeah.
I'm absolutely happy to do that for the sake of clarification. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Members, will we just go to summing up then? Councillor McGregor. Oh, sorry. Craig, sorry.
I was just going to come in and ask whether Councillor McGregor, as the seconder to the motion, was willing to agree the amendments as well.
Yeah, if I could just make a couple of points, sorry, because a couple of good things made there. Firstly, and I may be wrong in this, but I believe e-scooters may already be deemed as completely illegal, so I don't think that needs to be folded into the motion. However, Councillor Todd's point was really good. I think that comes under the electrically assisted pedal cycles regulations of 1993. I'm not going to say I didn't look that up. So I would be happy to see that added in, because I think it ties into the Road Traffic Act. So yeah, I think I'm right about the scooters, and I would be happy to go with it with Councillor Todd's suggestion. Hopefully, if Councillor Cogley's happy with that as well. Thanks.
No, I was just going to say, still a lawyer at heart. I think Councillor McGregor's actually right. I think the e-scooters may already, but we'll check that, and what we'll take is there is agreement in the room that it applies to a modified or legally modified e-bikes, not legitimate e-bikes. It will apply to scooters by the time we've checked whether they're already outlawed. The letters to the two governments will be copied to COSLA at the same time, and the final amendment would be the letter to UK government will also include the importation. Sorry, have I not got that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Coggett, at this point, would you like to sum up?
Just thank you, everybody, for your contributions. It's obviously something that we all feel very strongly about, and it's appropriate for us to be writing to both governments. So thank you.
Yeah, perfect. And yourself, Councillor McGregor, okay?
Yeah, just with the things I made, I just technically, so I just checked there quickly. So it's not illegal to own an e-scooter, and you can use an e-scooter on private land. You cannot operate it on a public road, path, or that. That applies to Scotland. I presume that's possibly UK-wide, but that's the law as it stands. So thanks. Yeah, happy to second.
There you go. Well, members, are we happy to agree the motion? Great. Okay, members, before we go, I've got a wee closing remark. Please don't get up. Hi, Blair Miller up the back of the room. Hello. As we know, Blair is taking up his new post at East Renfrewshire Council as Director in Place. I know Blair himself has helped so many of us, if not all of us, at one point with different cases. You are caring, you are thoughtful. Honestly, Blair, you're going to be a loss to us, and we thank you so much for your service, and we're wishing you the very best. As Deputy Leader, I'd stated earlier, if you ever want to come back, please, aye. But honestly, all the best to you and your family and everything. We wish you all the best, okay? Thank you. Well, yeah. Well, members, that concludes the meeting, and I thank you all very much for your participation today. Thank you.